Alright, we're trying this for like the third time. I haven't even opened Discord yet. Ugh. I don't know why everything is breaking. All of my desktop pictures have disappeared after restarting my computer. Why? I don't know, but I'll fix that later, I guess. Hello. Ah, dying on the road.
Hey. Well, it's definitely doing a window capture. I can see your whole Discord.
Yep.
Yeah.
For some reason, the desktop audio is not working, but is that at least working, or is it also
Yeah, I can
dead?
hear. I can
Okay.
hear myself.
Alright, cool. I'm just gonna throw this at the bottom because you don't actually need to see the Discord. So I'm just gonna hide that.
Let's go. I got my chowder.
I don't know why desktop audio is not working, but you know what? I don't even use desktop audio, so I'll deal with that later.
Where's my thing? Okay. We did it. We live. I'm hearing myself. I'm turning you off. Okay. Okay. Now that I've shut myself up.
Pop,
I'm
pop, pop.
gonna
Okay,
check.
yeah.
Ta-da.
Ta-da!
Hey. Okay, we're still here. Let's go.
Okay.
I should put out another notification. Yeah, we had technical difficulties, but it's okay now. The Cadence
Tentacle.
Autobot Live has been spammed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why am I feel like I'm lower than normal?
Uh,
How do I sound? I mean, I guess I'm still
it's this. It's the same. Uh,
okay. All right. Well,
like yeah.
all right. Okay, there
We're
we
ready. Oh, my back hurts.
go. When does your back not hurt?
That's yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm chapter 6 is almost done
Let's go.
and it's going to be sad.
No, wait. Yay? Maybe.
It depends on who you're rooting for, I guess.
I'm rooting for angst.
You're rooting for then you'll be happy.
Yay!
Yay! But we're not here to talk about Frog in the Bog. Also, I saw that
We could.
that you commented on Frog in the Bog. Don't ask me why I called it Frog in the Bog. I was like, I need a title for this. I don't know.
Everybody's bogged down.
Yeah,
That's why. And Patton's a frog. Frog in the bog.
Frog in the
Makes
Bog.
perfect sense.
Yeah, but we're not here to talk about Frog in the Bog.
Let them kiss.
We'll see.
Let them kiss.
I don't know. I don't know. I'll think about it. But we're here to talk about the origins, which, oh my gosh, has this been a ride?
My boys.
Our
I'm watching my
boys.
Discord like peak. It's great.
So I guess while we wait for questions to come in, uh, I guess we could just talk about what we think about
We
the series.
we should have written some pre-made questions.
It's so weird to be like, what questions would we want to ask, but we already know all the answers.
To be fair, that's what I did when I made that Tumblr for the family AU. The first few questions were from me, and then other people started sending them in. Oh, we can ask now?
Uh,
Yes, you can absolutely ask now.
yeah. Yeah, I think I started like I had some like I was like, all right, what would be like common questions I would like get? One of them being like, how's the story written? And like, who's your
The
favorite
story was written with
ships?
tears
It was like,
and angst.
who's your favorite ship? What's the least favorite ship? Like, there were some questions that I just personally wanted to answer myself, and so I wrote those. What is the most spontaneous thing one of the characters would do?
You want to answer it for all the characters?
Um, each character individually. Um,
Yeah.
do you want to start or do you want me to start?
The first one that I thought of was Cassius.
Yeah, go ahead. What is the most spontaneous thing Cassius would do?
Everything.
Besides
Light
everything.
something. Oh, actually, no, murder. Fight. I was gonna say arson. I'm like, no, he'd fight first, then arson later.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, if anyone looked at him wrong, he would just immediately throw hands.
It's more of if they looked at somebody else wrong. Like they can, somebody can be rude to him and he just like plays along with it. But if somebody's rude to like Nemo, he will fight.
Nemo doesn't need protection.
He doesn't, but Cassius, can't help it.
Yeah.
Trying to think of another one for mine, so
Okay.
you can go for one of yours.
Okay. The first one I thought about was for Patton. Patton would spontaneously build something.
Yep.
If someone asked him to make something, he would just immediately do it. He's like, "Hey, you need a house? All right. Well, that's what I'm doing for the next 2 weeks. We need better ways of communicating? All right, cool. I will just invent this from the ground up."
Yep.
This man, um, his hyperfixation is building shit. And what's really, really funny about that is that he has the entire capability of like making everything automatic, and he purposely doesn't because his excuse is, then I would be bored.
It's mood.
Like in the first story, Janice is trying to get him to like make an automatic like crop gathering machine and stuff, and Patson's excuse is that, but then I wouldn't have anything to do. And so he doesn't do it. Like he could make an automatic sorting system that organizes all the shit, like all this crazy redstone thing that redstone YouTubers make. Like I watch a bunch of Hermitcraft and they do some crazy shit with redstone sometimes. And I'm like, Patton has the full capability of doing all of that, and he refuses to do it. He is the pinnacle of working harder instead of smarter when he's fully capable of working smarter. But yeah, that's what Patton would do. Patton would just build things. Did you think of anything?
Caleb would and has written songs on the spot. It just happens.
All right. So Caleb spontaneously creates songs. Um, Remus would spontaneously. What would Remus do spontaneously?
Make a potion
Well,
that causes death.
well, that takes
And
a.
infects them for months.
I think that takes a lot more energy, though. Like creating
So
something
does
that.
building.
Listen, Patton can build in his sleep. If he could, he would build in his sleep.
Remus spontaneously flirts with Cassius.
This is true. Yes, no, he would totally do that. He would just flirt with Cassius. Um, he'll do it in front of the other guards too, just to confuse the shit out of them.
I need a scene of that now.
I gave Remus his like second family with a guard, and we never used them.
We don't never use them. We've seen Reginald.
Yeah,
Is Remus going back?
that's because I have to manually drag Reginald into the story. Like,
I mean, you
remember,
play most of the guard.
I do. Do you want one of the guards?
No, I mean the only time I use them is when I need them. Like I used them during the storm. I had Athena.
Yeah. Don't you murder Athena later though?
No, Athena.
Because they were on the rooftop, and then the explosion happened, and the building collapsed, and I'm pretty sure it was Athena that fell and like died in the rubble.
In which story?
The war, the all the bombs are under the Capitol, and like the and
Did she die?
and the others are trying to get everyone out of the Capitol, and
She
the
might have
buildings
died.
the building starts to collapse.
Did I kill the horse?
I think you killed the horse.
How could I? What?
I'm like 85% sure you killed the horse.
What? Okay, I don't even know which character we're on now.
You still have Nemo left. You have Nemo and Virgil left.
Nemo and Virgil. Uh,
Okay, Virgil would be easy. Come on.
I mean he crochets, but like spontaneously he sasses.
His spontaneous trait is that he sasses.
Yes.
He sasses very poorly.
Well, I was not raised on sass.
Logan would spontaneously follow any curious lead. If you told him of
Yep.
something interesting was happening, he would immediately follow it.
Oh hey, there's a mine with rainbow gold.
There's a mine
It's
with
over there in that really sussy cave.
Logan looks at the cave. Rainbow gold. Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We got rich on rainbow gold.
Hold on, I need to go check this out real quick. How is it
What do
rainbow?
Oh.
that and then he goes, yeah. That's exactly how that goes. And then Virgil
Yep.
would run after him, like, "You stupid idiot, get back here!"
Yep.
That is immediately how it would go. Logan is the type of person who would at least look into anything he heard about. Like, he is not a
Yes, he used to.
skeptic in any sort of way.
I mean, he said he wants to stop adventuring, but also
He says he wants to stop. Though it's the "I'm almost about to die" kind of adventures that he was wanting to stop having.
well, you would have stop having those if you stopped looking into everything that crosses your path.
But he's just so curious. I swear, I think Janice probably is just like, I swear he's part cat. Because the curiosity constantly gets him killed.
But satisfaction brought it back.
Or a goddess
That's
of
the other part
life.
of that saying.
I know, but I'm just like thinking it's just like satisfactory brought it back. Or, the goddess of life.
Who do we have? We got Janice, Roman, and Nemo.
Right. I think if asked, Roman would just draw something. Like if someone like walked up to him and was like, "Hey, can you draw my face?" He would probably do it. He would also
Nemo
spontaneously dance. The man would
Oh,
probably
yes.
spontaneously dance at any point in time, even without music. He would be like, if I feel like dancing, I'm about to grab the first person I see and just start dancing with them.
Yep. With a dish towel.
with the fucking dish towel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Janice it's so hard because we don't get to see a lot what Janice does throughout the day.
He just
Um,
cooks.
he just the main thing you ever see Janice do is cooking, but cooking doesn't take an entire day. So
Yeah.
it I mean
Yes, it does.
it could. It just doesn't always. It just depends on what he's making. But I guess he's feeding a lot of people, so like cooking does take a lot of Genesis time. Um, but besides that, he actually likes to listen to jazz music. Um, but what would be spontaneous? If anyone would be spontaneously sassing, it would be Janice.
This is true.
Um, yeah. I think nowadays, now that he has June, he also spends a lot of his time just watching June. Like he makes fun of Patton just watching the baby sleep, but Janice also just watches the baby sleep. Janice will be a good dad.
Mhm.
Um,
He'll be fine.
okay, I think you just have Nemo left.
Uh, Nemo wants cuddles.
Okay,
Nemo wants cuddles all the time.
that is fair. Yeah. Okay, so that's all what they would all do. Um,
What is your favorite story from the series?
oh god, there's 30 of them. Okay, let me think. Um, do you have an answer to that question?
I do.
Okay, but
That's
you
why I asked it.
okay, you go first then.
My favorite is Forged by Fire.
Oh yeah.
When yeah, that one where so how that happened is we were writing the first what was it, like 5 books,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I want to do something with Cassius. Like, what would it be like to, grow up in the Nether? And so I logged on to I started up a new world with the Origins mod.
Mhm.
And I just started in the Nether. Like, no, I didn't give myself anything. I'm just like, all right, we're gonna try and survive in the Nether. And oh boy, did I die so many times. It was rough. And um, then I found a Bastion remnant, and that's what inspired that Bastion Piglin scene with Cassius. But yeah, that I have to kind of put myself in the shoes of the characters in order to write them, and so that was a good way to do that. I was really happy with that story though, because like I knew I wanted to get them to this haven like place where they could interact with other characters, and the pieces just slowly started coming together. Um, I needed the catalyst to get them there, and the catalyst, of course, was Cassius. Um,
Yeah.
then we needed somebody to actually get them there. I'm like, hey, what about this random dude in Nemo's past? He can just come in, show them the way, and then disappear. Did not happen.
No, no. Absolutely did not happen.
um, but I'm really happy with how that story worked out because it's the only story I think that we've done. At least it's the only story that I've done where it went pretty much according to plan. Um, I'm just very happy with how it ended up turning out.
Um, I think I'm also gonna go and say, actually, real quick, what do you think my favorite story is?
Uh, I don't know honestly.
All right. My favorite story is the Withering Deal.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Which also basically turned out the way I wanted it to. Mostly
Yeah.
because that story was like 95% only my characters, so it had to
Yep.
go the way I wanted it to go.
Yep.
And then I was literally just waiting on you to do the side plot.
Yeah, I was when you were working on it, uh I didn't want plot B to be distracting. I wanted it to complement your story. So I'm like, okay, she's doing Wither stuff. Let's see what lore we can come up with for Wither while the group is in the Nether doing all that jazz.
Yeah. God, and the freaking Nether time. Um, but yeah, so the Withering Deal and that entire arc was inspired by Vox Machia, I had just been watching season 1 when we were writing that, started writing that series, and I really liked Percy's arc. Like, I really liked that arc, and I was like, "Alright, I'm gonna steal that, and we're gonna do that for Logan." So, so we're gonna murder Logan's parents, and then he's gonna make a deal with the devil. Not even like it was just at the time because this is like the third story we wrote in the series in draft 1. So I think I just only referred to it as like a demon
Mhm.
at the time. Um
Yep.
and so he makes a deal with a demon and kind of gets corrupted, and then I had Patton come in who was just Logan's best friend at that time. And
Yep.
at the start they weren't brothers, they were just best friends, and then I put in a line which is actually a reference to the Dream SMP about, like, "You're like a brother to me. Stop, I'm going to cry." Like, um, it was just a joke that they were like brothers, um, which then eventually I just made them brothers.
Yeah. And it made sense too because they, grew up together.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so then I had Patton be the one to save him, and then I was like, "Well, no, 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 we're not done." And at that point, we still hadn't even brought in Roman and Remus yet. Like
Yeah.
they didn't exist in the story yet. And I was like, "Okay, how am I gonna bring these guys in?"
I was already writing Forged by Fire before we even got the twins in.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I was really fascinated by the Wither stuff, and obviously I didn't know like what the full at the time didn't know like how far it would go and what like it really meant. I think I was trying to make it a like metaphor for like addiction,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
why Logan's struggled so much on staying away from it. And the first draft, the Wither stuff, like constantly kept coming back up and up and up again, and like this
Yep.
constant struggle, which got really tiring, and it felt less of a threat every time it
Yep.
came up, because at a certain point they just got really good at like keeping Logan away from it, that it didn't feel dangerous anymore. So that's why
Yeah.
in draft 2 and 3 I kept trying to pull away. I was like, "All right, we're gonna have the Wither stuff happen in this section of the series, and then we're not gonna deal with it anymore." Um, so every time it does show up, it would actually be important. Um, but yeah, it all started with season with uh because when we started this, I said, "All right, let's do a mini series where each character can have their own personal little arc, and then that'll be it." And
That
so
was supposed to be it, and then Caleb happened.
yeah. So the first story was supposed to be Nico's story, right? With the whole Ender Dragon thing. And then the second story was Nemo's story. And then the third story was supposed to be Logan's arc. And then the fourth story was the twins arc. And I tried to write a story for Janice. It only lasted one
It was
paragraph.
one chapter.
It was one chapter because this man refused to have an arc.
He had another arc
He did
that was
eventually.
also one chapter.
All of Janice's arcs are always just one chapter long. The closest thing to an actual arc that we got was when him and Patton were fighting or about children. That is the
Wasn't really an
closest.
arc though.
It was the closest to an arc that Janice actually got, because that was the longest that a Janice conflict ever went on for. Um, but yeah. And what was Patton's arc? I think I have the original notes. I have the original notes of what this was supposed to go.
Patton's arc. Which story was Patton's arc?
That's what I'm trying to think. I
I
think
thought like the Withering Deal was more Patton's arc, and then the war. No, I don't know, because
oh
their stories were kind of intertwined both times.
okay, so according to my old notes, um let's see. Yeah. To the End and Back Again was Nico's arc. Hunter's Wings was Nemo arc. Wither King was Logan arc. When the Stars Falls was Remus's arc. Shooting Stars Rise Again was supposed to be Roman's arc.
Hmm.
Ghost Hunt, which is what we originally called it, was supposed to be Janice's arc. Um, oh wow, I'm just like, we didn't, I don't even think we even wrote this. It apparently was supposed to called Busy Bee Buzzes No More, was supposed to be Patson's arc, where Patson struggles to get things back to normal after his capture when the others keep trying to keep him from working. I think that was, um,
That's right. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think we ended up doing that event.
No, we scrapped that.
We scrapped that, but I have notes about like Queen Nebula becoming his new queen, um Logan
Because
murdering
that,
his mom, Patton getting really depressed. Yeah, I had multiple different ways of how to bring his mom into it.
hmm
Before we had them have to escape the village and go on the run.
yeah.
So this was supposed to happen while they were still at the village, but then they had to run from the village because of Cassius, and so it happened while they were on the way. Which was that still Forge and Fire, or was that Journey?
Yeah, it's Forged by Fire. So
Okay,
Forged by
yeah,
Fire is Cassius' backstory. Cassius gets captured, he gets to the village, Caleb shows up, they journey, and then the end of it is Scorch Valley, that battle with powers, and we
that's
end
right. Yeah,
at the end of that battle. Then Journey to the Haven is Scorch Valley to the Haven.
right. Yeah, so all that did end up happening. It just didn't happen in a story called Busy Bee Buses No More.
Yeah.
um, and then for Virgil, literally we had nothing. Literally, I just have question mark Virgil's arc. There was no plan for Virgil.
There never is a plan for Virgil. Whose fault is that? Mine.
Yours. I have to drag Virgil out of you.
You know what? Sleepy Spider wants to stay in his little house.
Apparently, I have a list of nicknames that Remus could call Logan.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was like when he was trying to call him smart, there was Dr. Hopper, Professor Big Feet, Captain Bushy Tail, and Magic Man. And
Yep,
then the neutral nicknames were Hops, Carrot Sticks, and Fluffy Bottom.
yep.
And then the cute ones were supposed to be Fuzzy Butt, Floppy Ears, and Bun Bun.
I'm
Which
pretty sure all of those got used like in the first
it
in the
yeah,
Stars Fall.
yeah. Yeah. I think the only nickname Remus ever calls Logan is Bun Bun. I don't think he really calls him anything else. Sometimes he might
Yeah,
call
not
him,
anymore.
yeah, sometimes he might call him Magic Man, but besides that, he either calls him Logan or he calls him Bun Bun.
Yep.
And then I have some old scenes written in this.
My two docks of stuff.
God, you just keep everything. Sometimes I look through that.
I am a hoarder, okay? And
Sometimes
you know what? It works because sometimes I'm like, I know I have a scene for this, and I go digging and I find it. Other times I can't find it.
sometimes I'll look at it and be like, we've already reused this scene. You don't need it here anymore. But it's not my
But what if we
document.
rewrite it and we accidentally delete it because that has happened?
This is true that it has happened where we rewritten things and then it was just like, do we still have that? No.
Nope.
We wrote
See?
over it.
See? See?
But yeah, I really liked the Withering Deal. Um God, dude, the amount of teasing I did to you with the Withering Deal.
You were worse than this morning, okay? For all of you who watched me lose my mind this morning, like, it was that. She was doing that for like a month before. Okay, I don't think it was a month, but it was at least a week or two. before like we actually got to Withering Deal. I had no idea what it was. She sent me uh
A song.
was it Magic 8 by Set It Off?
Yep.
And I'm like, what does this mean? Because that song is about an upcoming breakup. And I'm like, what does this mean? And she's like, wait and see, smiley face. I'm like, I am going to murder your characters before we get to wait and see.
I had heard that song, and it basically inspired me to in the writing of that story, and because that song was in the perspective of Patton, right? Because Patton is basically trying to save his brother, who's kind of like, I think I interpreted the song a little bit differently than Space did. Um,
Yep.
and so I was kind of like moving on with the imagery of that. Like, instead of a magic 8 ball, it was the Withering book. And Patton just having to fight Logan for it. Um, and so they um and so they were like at odds with each other, which was, according to the story, like the first time that Patton and Logan had ever really fought each other. Um, and Patton knows it's not Logan's fault, though Logan did take it pretty hard. And then later, I sent over another song, which was part of Janice's, like family. It was part of Family RP Genesis playlist. I sent
Oh
that
yeah, that
song.
one. That's a good song. Hold on.
I sent that song over, and you went, "That's Janice's song. What does
Yeah,
that
I'm sorry.
mean?"
My brain cannot like when a certain plotline gets attached to a song, that is what the song is used for. Like that Smash into Pieces song. I literally cannot remember the title of it because all I know it for is that's Caleb's song. So when you're like, yeah, this is now Logan's song, I'm like, no, it's not. I don't even remember what it's called.
I can look it
What's the
up.
name of the song?
I can look it up.
It's gotta be in the playlist. Where's the playlist? I'm losing things.
Oh, apparently 1-2 can't tell us apart. Sadly, I don't have a way to make.
There is a way.
I
I
don't.
can send you a thing. I can have the talking crow on your screen.
I don't know
I
how.
need the link.
I don't know how to set that up.
It's just a browser source. This one. Why are you doing the thing? Let me in. Okay. You. Am I logged in with Discord? Yes, I am. All right. Um. Oh, look. We can have one for you too. We can do that later. Let me DM this to you.
Okay.
So you just put that in a browser source, and then you should have my little crow.
Okay. Let's try it. I'm gonna name it Crow.
You've just added a browser source.
Uh.
Come
Okay.
on, Obi. Yes, do the thing. Yeah, we got the crow.
There. You can go. You can go right there.
Oh, why is it blinky? I don't want it blinky. Why is it? Wait. What is it doing? I want you to bounce. I don't want you to do that. What are you doing, you silly crow? Ah,
I kind of want to put you upside down.
you should. I am the wall crow. Why? Okay. Bounce. Apply. Why is it being funky chicken? I don't understand. Is it just gonna be special like that?
I don't know. I don't know how these things work.
Uh, that's same. What's this? Settings? We can have one for you too. We can have bouncy bouncy. Sure, that works, I guess.
Do you have?
Um, here. Here's one for you. It's just gonna use your same picture. Brain registry voice now.
Okay. Uh,
Pew pew.
I'll name
I
it.
don't understand why it's blinking. It's annoying me. Bang. It just wants to be special. Are you being special? Copy one of the links.
Let me see if I can line this up. half half of me will be blinking.
I think it needs to go up a little bit more, or it needs to be slightly smaller.
How's that? Oh, it's almost
Almost there.
there. It's
There.
almost
Oh,
there.
almost just a little bit up left slightly.
It-
We're so close.
Uh, it's it's just
Yeah,
slightly off.
the right slightly.
Bop bop. Okay,
Almost there.
I think that's I think that's
There.
to go.
There.
Yeah,
There.
yeah, there.
Yeah.
It's it's so funny because watch.
In the silence, it just like turns dark.
It's so funny. That's so funny. There you go.
I appreciate the fact that my crow is like bigger than your bear.
I can make you smaller. You're just a giant crow.
I am. I really am.
Wait, hold on, hold on. If I put you behind, I just
Papa.
you're just like a crow that sits behind me.
Papa. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Are you trying to put me on your shoulder?
Maybe.
Oh no, that's the wrong image.
There.
I can't see my eye. My eyes, my eyes.
Wrong picture. I just need to lock that. There.
It's really funny because I'm hearing you struggle, and it's a couple second delay before I'm actually seeing what the struggle is on stream.
There we go. How's that?
There we go. Ah, whisper, sweet murder.
You are right next to my ear.
No, we should murder the characters.
But we're always murdering the characters. What the heck? What were we talking about?
Cold. I think we were moving on to another question.
Ah, okay. Oh no, I was telling you what the song was.
Oh,
It was
I should have been looking.
no, it's fine. I already found it. The song in question was
We Have It All.
We Have It All by Pimp Stones.
Yeah, that's Janice's song.
Well, in this context, it now belongs to Logan.
Well, it's hardwired in my brain as Janice's song. Speaking of songs, if we wanted to, I might be able to play some of the songs on stream. Like I can play guitar and do the songs if we want to do song lore.
um, we'll see.
I keep meaning to bring clam chowder into the story, Like I was gonna have Caleb take a day and go down to the beach and get some clams and make some clam chowder. Never happens. Caleb's always dying instead.
I've never had clam chowder.
It was so good.
I
But you
don't
don't like
know.
seafood,
I'm
so
very picky with my seafood. I mean, like I've eaten sushi before and thought that was good. And like I've eaten
I hate
shrimp.
sushi.
Like I've eaten shrimp before, so
It's just fish you don't like?
I I haven't tried enough fish
Yeah. Have
to
you had salmon?
I have tried salmon.
Good salmon?
It was okay. I mean, I cooked it
What
in my
kind of salmon?
oh my shut up. I don't know what type of salmon. We picked it up from the grocery store and we cooked it.
Sus.
Did you know that apparently a lot of the fish that you get at a restaurant isn't actually the fish that you are ordering? Like
I believe that.
they'll just replace like a certain type of fish with another type of fish.
Yep. I definitely believe that.
Um, yeah.
Do you have another question?
Uh, let me okay. If Bit was in a battle to the death with each other, like
Oh,
remove any context or relations to like
okay.
why,
Yeah.
just like battle to the death. All powers and abilities intact. Who is winning?
Probably Caleb. I would have said Cassius, but Caleb has the phasing powers, which there is a scene where this is gonna happen.
That they're gonna
um
fight to the death
I mean Cassius and so Cassius and Nemo are gonna team up against Caleb.
for like a training exercise?
Nope. Caleb wants them dead.
Why does Caleb want them dead?
Find out.
What
Wait and see.
is this happening in the war? When is this happening?
Wait and see.
Oh, so that's how this feels. I'm just trying to think. At what point would that happen? Obviously, he doesn't actually want them dead.
He wants them dead. So
It can't be the Skulk because the Skulk is irradiated. Does he get mind controlled or something? Why does he want him dead? Does he want everyone dead or just particularly those two?
Everyone.
Okay, so he just loses his fucking mind.
Yep. But in answer to your question, we did already see like Nemo and Caleb trying to team up against Cassius, but yeah, Caleb would probably win. Um, After that, depending on circumstances, either Cassius or Nemo. Though to be fair, Nemo is also very clever and might be able to get Caleb down. Uh, if it was a three-way fight to the death. So
I think the biggest thing about fighting Caleb is getting around his bard powers. Nemo's the
this is true.
only one who could hold a god coin without the worry of it messing with his own abilities.
Yeah.
I feel like if you slapped a god coin on Cassius wouldn't know how to fight.
He wouldn't. No, he literally every time he loses his powers, he drops like a rock until he starts to get his bearings and then he can, get going again. But he doesn't if you were to lose his powers before going into a fight, he wouldn't be able to tell he wouldn't have the stamina that he usually does and he wouldn't be able to tell when he's exhausting.
Okay,
Have we not talked about the coins?
apparently not. Okay,
Yeah.
so I will explain. One of the things that to help Logan make sure that he doesn't like fall victim to wither magic again was that eventually they meet Fundy, the god of technology, right? And Fundy makes a coin for Logan that repels wither magic. So Logan can't be touched by wither magic, and that helps him uh make sure that he can't get used again. That eventually escalates to Fundy making everyone a coin that just repels god magic. So none of the god's magic can affect them. And so that happens after Wilbur shows up and kind of mind controls a few people. Um and Virgil was having enough of the gods interfering with their lives. And so this was supposed to help put Virgil at ease that the gods wouldn't be able to touch them anymore unless they wanted the gods to touch them. But this also had the effect that champion magic also wasn't working. So if so for Cassius, who is the blood warrior, and his god buff basically increases his strength, stamina, and speed. He gets slapped with the god coin, he loses that buff, and it disorientates him for a moment because he's not used to being 50% weaker. Caleb wouldn't be able to control anyone if he had a god coin on him because it just uh breaks their connection to the god magic in them. The only exception to that rule is Patton, because the coin specifically doesn't block Nebula's magic, so Patton can heal people without the worry of the god coin getting in his way. Um, and unspokenly, it also doesn't repel Fundy, because otherwise Fundy would be dead every time he made a coin.
I kind of want to slap one on Wilbur.
I
I want to
know,
bully Wilbur.
I know you do, but Wilbur's
I
a
want to
little
bully.
Wilbur's a little busy.
Well, let me bully him.
He's a little busy trying to rebuild his relationship with his son.
I can still bully him while he's doing that.
If you murder Wilbur, you're okay, your characters are having a terrible relationship with the Raven Queen and you want to go murder his son.
Yeah.
The qu- the queen is in a very weird situation where she's actually not allowed to mess with the lives of the living. She only messes with them when they're dead. Hence why she just judges them afterwards. Like she can't actually physically touch them. She can touch Janice because Janice is a weird little being that's on the balance between life and death, so she's able to touch him.
She
Um
touched Virgil
this okay, so
and
it's
Caleb.
it's a very it's very she like can pat them on the head or something, but she can't actually cause them any harm. I guess is a better way to explain it. So she can't actually murder Cassius. That's why she has a son that does it for her.
That's fair.
Like that whole scene when the whole family shows up to go defend Fundy after he gets stabbed by Immortal.
Yeah.
She just stands there. She doesn't do anything. She just stands there and collects the souls as they die. Uh, that's why the other three are there. The other three are there to do the murder because she can't do it herself. Um, but yeah, no. Bint is already on thin ice with them, except for Nemo. Nemo's chill. She doesn't really have a problem with Nemo. She has a big problem with Cassius, and Caleb is testing her patience.
Well,
So if
I still want to bully.
you go and murder her son, she's going to send Techno out to
I still want to bully. It doesn't have to be Bit that does it. There's other ways.
I
There's
need
always other ways.
I need you to repeat that entire sentence because I accidentally disconnected my headphones and so I couldn't hear you.
It doesn't have to be Bit that does it. There's other ways of doing it.
Oh, you're just gonna sacrifice Virgil.
There's always other ways.
You're gonna sacrifice Virgil.
Maybe. That was the original plan. And then it got vetoed.
It got vetoed because I don't want Virgil to be murdered. Do you know the psychological damage that would have on Logan if Virgil
Oh,
got
the
murdered?
damage on Logan after Virgil watched Logan almost die multiple times.
You are you are aware that Virgil's one of the key reasons why Logan doesn't go back to Wither Magic. What do you think happens if you murder him?
So what you're telling me is that we need to make Logan think that Virgil died in the war.
That doesn't need to happen. For one thing, Virgil's
It
not even
could.
Virgil's not even part of the war.
And the hunters bring back Virgil's jacket that's all messed up, and Logan snaps. Boom! Murder bunny.
I thought they were gonna capture Roman and Logan and Remus, and they were going to use Remus against him.
They could, but also make the reader think Virgil's dead.
But okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. One, Virgil wears his jacket, so how are they
Yes.
going to get the jacket from him?
Because they almost got Virgil.
But they have to get through Janice.
What if Virgil's not with the kids?
Why is Virgil not with the kids?
There are ways to make this happen. You're
Why-
testing fate. I am fate.
Why would the hunters know to use the jacket against Virgil?
They might not know it, but somebody's like, oh, look, this is a legit jacket. It's mine now. They don't need to know that Virgil's with them. They just need to have the jacket.
They freaking steal Logan's mother's last remaindance.
Yep.
Logan would be fucking furious.
Exactly. Boom. Murder bunny. Kidnapping. Maybe. There was the original plan was a kidnapping. But this might be more fun.
It will we'll have to see what happens when we get there. Because even if we make the plan now, we know we're going to change it
It's
by the
gonna
time.
change.
It's going to change by the time we get there.
I still have to do the Caleb wants everybody dead. Actually, no, that scene's mostly finished. That scene is finished, actually.
Is that in your doc?
Don't go looking in the doc. You can't know. Stop it. This is what happens when I give her, like, access to my brain. My brain being 2 documents. I had to split it up. It was 1 document, and I had to split it up because it's got so big. That's the wrong tab. How do I get into docs?
Yeah,
What
fine.
profile
I'm
is
not
it?
looking at it. I stopped looking at it the moment you told me to stop. Ugh. But I think it's probably going to happen during the war. The war really
I also
the war
it would-
really tests Caleb's patience with humanity.
what patience.
Exactly.
He's lost most of it.
Anyway, so the god coins were just to kind of help give Virgil and anyone reinsurance that the gods wouldn't be able to mess with them anymore, which works decently well. And such, but yeah, so those are the god coins. What's the next question?
I don't know.
I'm aware that you don't know. I was asking one too. Which outfit did your characters have more than the others, and choice designs would they have? Oh, what do they look like? Okay, actually, which outfit in your characters have more than any other? I'm not actually I don't think I actually understand what you mean by this question. Like, who has more design to them? I can just explain what everyone looks like. I mean,
Or like what I don't know.
Yeah. I guess we could just tell you what everyone looks like. I mean, I have
Or
shown.
we can pull up Hero Forge.
I know, but it takes so long and it's so
Yeah,
laggy.
but
Oh, who would have more outfits?
oh, uh,
Who's the fashion person?
Roman?
I it,
Caleb has a decent amount because they always get messed up.
yeah, it's very interesting because I kind of run on cartoon logic where everyone just wears the same outfit. Um okay, so let me think. I would imagine so everyone has a casual look and a battle ready look, when they put on armor.
Except
Um
Cassius.
except for Cassius. Cassius doesn't wear armor. No, no, actually, no. Cassius does wear armor. He wears armor
All the
95% of the
time.
time. Like,
And
them,
the same robe.
yeah. So, I think Cassius has the least amount of fashion.
Yep.
He wears the same thing over and over again.
Caleb has to tear the robe off of him in order to wash it. Cassius is that child that, like, this is my favorite thing and you can't take it away from me. And Caleb has to be like, give it to me. Let me wash it.
Yeah. Logan has two outfits. He has his regular outfit where he wears like a short sleeve shirt but with a vest and tie and like I don't know, like some pants, and then he has his armor. So he has two outfits. Janice has one outfit because Janice doesn't ever wear armor, so he only has the one outfit. Um, and he's also the least vaguely designed character. The most unique thing about Janice's design is that he wears a sun hat. Like the most interesting thing about Janice's character design, clothes-wise, is that he wears a hat. That's the only thing that really ever gets mentioned. Besides that, um, I don't know, he probably wears an apron a lot, like a chef's apron. Um, so so I would say Cassius and Janice are tied for the least fashion. And then Logan Logan has two outfits. I think Virgil has three. If you count when he wears armor, um his look before he got the jacket and then his look after he got the jacket.
But also, like, after he doesn't really change. Like, he's always wearing that jacket.
Yeah, but he didn't have it for like the first two stories.
And we have 30 other stories.
Yeah. So he got a jacket upgrade in the third story and it hasn't changed since. Um Patton has three outfits. He has his casual wear where he kind of wears a skirt overall with long sleeve shirt. Um he has his armor and then he has special clothes for the winter to help keep him warm. Um so he has three outfits. Roman
Cassius just has the one. And does Roman have more?
Roman uh I think Roman has had four outfits because he has armor, which he doesn't wear often, but he does have it. Um then he has his prince getup, but obviously after he was done being a prince, he
Car
didn't.
car.
Hi, Lone. Um um obviously he stopped wearing his prince outfit, so then he has a casual wear, which I don't think I ever described what he wears casually. Because when I made the Hero Forge casual look, it was his prince outfit. And
Yeah.
then it is mentioned one time when he's wearing a tank top and shorts because I really
Yeah.
wanted to show off the skulk when it happens. And so I couldn't have him wearing long clothes because then you wouldn't really see what was happening until you
Yeah.
stripped him. So I put
Yeah.
him in short clothes so you could see it happening. So Roman's had 4 different outfits, which currently puts him at top. And I think Remus probably has 3 because he had his prince outfit, he has his armor look, and then he has his casual after prince look, which is never described, but has.
Caleb has different outfits. He just well, no, he has different outfits. It's just a similar color scheme. So when we first meet him, he's got like what his Hero Forge model is, which is uh that green tunic, the rough out coat. I mean, that coat's pretty much his whole thing. I don't know where he keeps getting them from because they all get ruined, but he has them.
Virgil sews them up,
Um,
sews them back up for him.
right? Uh, he also has like when he was raiding places, it was a similar look to that. Um, he would have a black bandana on, and he almost always wore his hood up. Uh, and he had that shoulder belt and that utility belt. When he is not, when is he not working? When he's not working, he loses the shoulder belt. He just kind of has the tunic and pants. He also has the performance outfit, which I keep changing. I haven't decided on what it actually looks like, but I'm assuming it's more. The shirt would be like a more silky kind of thing. Um, and then he has his armor. So I think everybody's got about 3 outfits.
Yeah. So Janice and Cassius one has one outfit. Logan, I would say Logan and Nemo have 2 outfits. Um,
Neo, that's right. Neo does have a blacksmithing outfit. I forgot.
so that's 3 outfits.
Yes. If we're counting armor as different outfits, yeah.
Okay, so I have to write this down. So Janice and Cassius have 1. Logan has, I would say Logan and Virgil. Do we want to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, Virgil have 2 outfits. Patton and Nemo had 3 outfits. Roman and Remus had 4 outfits. Yeah,
Yeah. I think so.
Roman and Remus had 4. And then Caleb has a lot.
Eh.
There.
Caleb has question marks. Caleb will wear whatever he can.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. Caleb has that cloak, the Aether outfit. He was styling in that. I should make that in Hero Forge. It looks really cool in my head. I don't know if Hero Forge will actually let me make it, but it looked really cool.
I love Hero Forge. I love that they keep adding to the site every
Yeah.
week. I think that's
Yep.
really cool.
Yep.
And for free. I mean, a lot of the
Yeah.
stuff, like Hero Forge being so free, like for the designing purposes, is very
Yeah.
good.
Yep.
Um, God, I have so many different figurines.
I want to get those acrylic keychains. At some point, I will get those acrylic keychains. I'm hoping that they have another Christmas sale, so I can get them. At least I can get bit.
It probably happened near Christmas. uh,
Maybe.
I would hope that the Christmas sale would happen near Christmas.
No, it happens. It happens in August. Christmas is in August now. Thank you for coming to the TED Talk.
But it's October.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait over a year, aren't we?
All right. Do we have another question? Um. You mentioned something about being a champion. How do you attain that title? How many gods are present
Oh.
in the story and who are lurking behind the shadow?
Oh,
Uh,
you've unlocked a can of worms with that one.
oh God. All right. All right. Let's break this down in chunks, right? So the first question is, um,
How do you be a champion?
how do you become a champion?
Be a
So
sad boy. At least that's how you get Wilbur's attention.
so champions are mortals who have been blessed with god magic. And how you get chosen is basically you have to gain the attention of the said certain god. So, for the sake of going in order of who became a champion first, the first champion was Patton. And the reason why he became a champion was because of the withering stuff. So,
Wouldn't it be Logan?
fair enough. Actually, yeah, nope, you're correct. It would be Logan first. Um, so Logan was technically a champion. Um, so you have to get the attention of the god, right? And in the case of Logan, he got he accidentally caught the attention of the Wither King. Um, and the Wither King said, "I want that dude." And one of the rules about becoming a champion for is that you have to get the mortal to accept. They can't force it upon you. It just happened that Logan was in a state of so much despair and anger after the death of his parents that he kind of blindly accepted what was being thrown at him without understanding what exactly he was agreeing to. Um, and then the second champion was Patton because the the Weather King causing a commotion alerted his sister, the goddess of life, Queen Nebula, to the scene. And so she picked her champion. She picked Patton because Patton was Logan's brother, and she thought if anyone could help guide Logan away from her brother, it would be his brother. Which Roman actually takes offense to. Roman very much wanted to be his queen's goddess champion, but it didn't work out in his favor because Patton was the better fit for the situation. Um, so and obviously Patton accepted because he wanted to save his brother. Uh, the next champion to happen was Cassius. Um, Cassius
No.
and Remus kind of stumbled into a tournament that Technoblade, the god of violence, the blood god, whatever you want to call him, was throwing a tournament to find new champions that Cassius and Remus just happened to stumble upon. And so they fought Technoblade, and um, I'm trying to think. In the third draft, did they win, or did Technoblade
Uh,
just? I can't remember.
so how it went, is oh gosh. So they went in, right? And of course Cassius is like, I'm the biggest, baddest, I'm gonna throw myself at everything. So he jumps in and fights Techno. He starts losing. He's about to die. Remus jumps in. There's some more fighting. Remus actually gets a good shot on Techno. He gets Techno's throat. Um, which impresses Techno. Techno's not impressed with Cassius. Cassius ended up popping a totem while fighting Technoblade. But because Remus could not be the champion, he put in a good word for Cassius, and so that's how Cassius got it in the third draft.
Yeah. 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 Remus couldn't be a champion because one, he didn't want to be. Two, he was so linked to Roman, which would have made Roman a champion as well. And Remus knew that Roman would not want to be a champion of Technoblade. And three, so the goddess of life, right? Queen Nebula, Roman and Remus are her like super super great grandkids. Like um Roman and Remus are blood related to Queen Nebula. They're not demigods, like it's brought up. The idea of them being demigods is like no, uh Queen Nebula continued her line before she became a goddess, so there's no god magic in the lineage, it, but they're still related to her. And the one of the rules that Queen Nebula has is that the gods are not supposed to mess with her children. Like the gods aren't supposed to mess with her family. So Techno's like, all right, cool, you're off limits. And Remus decided that Cassius would probably think it was really cool to be Technoblade's champion. So he puts in the good word, and Techno's like, all right, I guess we'll try this out. And so that is how that happened. Um, then we have Caleb, who became a champion because he told his sad story to Wilbur, and Wilbur thought it was entertaining, and so he gave him the ability to try to make a change.
It was really funny when we were writing that story because during the first, yeah, Caleb became a champion in the first draft.
Yeah,
So when we were writing it, like it was, I was trying to figure out how to help Caleb, and I had already been playing with like him doing music and stuff. Like he gets the guitar before the wedding, um, and so he's over there hanging out with Wilbur. I'm like, huh, wouldn't it be funny if he became like Wilbur's champion? I don't think it's gonna happen. And I thought about actually like point blank asking you, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to. Let's wait and see where this goes. And then during one of the talks, you're like, yeah, Wilbur extends his hand. I'm like, okay, we're doing this. Let's go.
I knew you wanted that to happen. It was like I knew.
It's
Uh,
really fun to play though. I love playing uh when Caleb is using the bard powers. It's a lot of fun for me.
I was honestly just like, yes, whatever it takes to make him freaking get better. My God. So that's how everyone became a champion.
Oh, Nemo.
Nemo? Oh yeah, draft 3
That was
Nemo.
new. Yeah.
So, but also extremely temporary. So we
Yep.
have a story, which was a rewrite of a story that happened in draft 2, um, where everyone gets trapped inside a dream, and in draft 2 what originally happened was because I kept thinking about the idea of this like parallel universe where Logan was not saved and continued being the king, and what and how that would change the world. And I was trying to figure out how do I put that in the story, and I came up with this idea that everyone just gets stuck in Logan's nightmare. Uh and stuff. And so I explained that, like, oh, this happened because Tommy was fucking around in the dream factory, and shenanigans happened, and now everyone is trapped inside Logan's dream, and they have to go wake up Logan so they can free everyone from his nightmare. Uh that story didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. I didn't really like it, so in draft 3, we were decided to change it, that instead of everyone being trapped in Logan's dream, everyone was trapped in their own personal nightmare. And George, the goddess of sleep, had his little had his champions running around trying to free everyone from their nightmares, but he ran into a problem with our group because they had the god coins, and so they couldn't really touch them. So he sends Nemo to go, who's like literally one of the only people who doesn't have a god coin and is not a champion. He starts at Nemo to be like, you need to go get your family out of their own personal nightmares. It's gonna suck, and you're probably gonna get traumatized, but you kind of need to do it because they're being traumatized right now. And Nemo's like, okay. And so he temporarily
In that
becomes
voice.
he temporarily becomes a dream walker, I think that's what we called it, a dreamwalker.
Yeah. Yep.
Um, and he goes in and helps free everyone from their nightmares. And I think that was supposed to be the end arc of Patton thinking that he was a Powers. I
That was after Pacifica, right? Or was that before Pacifica? Yeah.
yes,
Yeah, so that was the end of that.
yeah, yeah, that was the end of that. So yeah, so that was supposed to be a closing arc for Patton, and also just kind of like delving into other people. Um, because Virgil's nightmare was kind of like what Virgil was the idea of Logan still being the Weather King. Um, Patton was his dream was hunting the others as a hunter. Uh, Janice's Janice's dream I think is the one that kind of got a little odd tilter for me because I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do with him. But Janice was basically kind of living the very real reality that Janice was going to outlive everyone. And Nemo's job was just kind of basically to tell him, like, you gotta live in the present, bro. um, Caleb, what his nightmare was failing everyone and the Haven getting destroyed.
He was so Caleb's um and it's gonna come back up during the war too. Caleb has a recurring dream. Caleb's mind understands himself through stories. And so his dream, he was his brain was taking inspiration from Wilbur's story. And so it wasn't just that Caleb had failed everyone. It was the fact that Caleb was the one leading the charge to destroy the Haven. Like Caleb was the one actively causing harm. Um in a similar fashion to how Wilbur was the one who destroyed Lemamberg. And that dream is recurring and it's gonna come up again during the war. So
Yeah. Um, and Cassius, his dream was basically that he was murdering everyone, like losing control and like following orders of people he didn't want to follow. And Logan's dream was that he was a feral animal. And so yeah, that was the last champion that we have. There's also technically, um, what's her name? Zorro?
Zor.
Zor. There's technically Zor, but Zor is a side character. She happens to be the champion of the sea, like a sea king is what we call it, sea king or sea queen, depending on their preference. Um, but because that's just a side character, so we don't know the story behind why. I think it just happened that Sally just came to them and said, "Hey, you need to protect this place. Here you go." um,
Yeah. I think it was so if I'm remembering correctly, um when Caleb Ford and Nautilus uh Caleb Ford and Nautilus are going to that island, um between the mainland and the haven, underneath the ocean, there's a Merlin kingdom. And so to get to the island, they were passing over this Merlin kingdom. Well, Merlings are very territorial. Um, and so they sent some spies up to go check on the ship, and they overheard, the crew talking about trying to make a safe place for hybrids. Uh, so I believe the champion powers for Zor came about around that time or because of that, where like it was to help protect the island and also protect the kingdom from the increased traffic that would be going over their area.
yeah, and that's all the champions that we know of. Um, so that's how many gods are present in the story and who's lurking in the shadows? So that's a very hard question to ask. I can answer how many gods we have seen. I cannot tell you how many gods exist. We have seen Ender, the god of creation, Nebula, Queen Nebula, the goddess of life, the Weather King, the god of decay, Fundy, the god of technology, Wilbur Soot, the god of music and diplomacy, Tommy Innit, the god of chaos, Technoblade, the god of violence, um, the Raven Queen, the goddess of death. We've been told, oh, Rambu, the god of the void, Tubbo, the god of forge. Um, we've been told about Awesome Sam Dude, the god of of order, of law and order. Um,
Sapnap was also mentioned in draft 2.
Snapchat was mentioned in draft 2, but I don't think it was mentioned in draft 3. Oh, George, the goddess the god of sleep. Um, Sally, the goddess of the sea. Um,
Quackity.
Quackity was mentioned, the god of
Luck
luck.
and gambling.
Yeah, luck and gambling. Um, oh, Eret, the god of sexuality.
No, it's the god of rainbows and chill vibes.
It's not the god of rainbows and chilled vibes. Okay. I think that is 15. We have mentioned 15 gods.
And there could be more.
There could be more, but they're not important because they haven't been mentioned yet. And even Quackity's not important. Like, he was mentioned half-heartedly when Cassius was learning how to read.
And Eret too.
With also Eric, yeah. They were just mentioned. So we've really seen but yeah, so like 15 gods. That's the answer I'm giving you. So
I've been wanting
that's all those questions.
I've been wanting to I don't know how. I wanted to bring Tallulah into the story. I don't see a way to do it, but I wanted to.
I think I vetoed that. I also thought about the idea of like the only thing I care about the QSMP is Phil's stuff.
Yeah.
He's the only one I care about. And so like I thought about the idea of like how do we add Cheyenne and Tallulah to it, but then I also decided that they're not important and making them important is dumb. And so I just decided to scrap it because that opens an entirely different bag of worms that I just did not want to get into. So I just vetoed the idea of adding the QSMP because the QSMP was a completely different universe to the Dream SMP. Like in the QSMP, Phil even states that he's not married to Christian in that universe. So it throws everything out of whack and I'm like, I'm not dealing with that shit.
But also,
no.
Tormenting Wilbur.
No.
But also.
No.
But also.
No. This is what I have to deal with.
Uh-huh. At 3 in the morning.
3 the sometimes I get really annoyed at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like if we're trying to debate something and it's 3 in the morning, I get a little agitated. Whispers sweet murder once again. Yeah, right in my freaking ear. Kinda also looks like you're just biting my ear.
Yep. Nom nom.
Alright, but yeah. How did we get the gods in? I think I ended up establishing that the Wither King and Nova were gods by story number 4 in the first draft. I established that those were gods, and then I was like, all right, and that's it. Those are the only gods. And then I think I ended up being the one bringing up the other gods, and then by that,
the Raven Queen.
I brought in the Raven Queen as a inspiration of Christian, because The reason why there are ravens instead of crows is mostly just because I forgot what bird it was.
Well, Philza is associated with the crows, but
Yeah,
I thought it was like inspired like D&D. I knew like it was still Kristen, but
that is
like
true.
there was also the D&D Raven
I
Queen.
think that's what messed me up.
Yeah.
Because the Raven Queen does show up in Vox Machina, though it doesn't show up until season 2, but I think that's what kind of got me mixed up about which bird to use, and I figured, ravens, crows, whatever. We'll just stick with ravens. It took me like probably another like 2 weeks before I remembered that Filza was the crow father, not the
I think
raven father.
it was during Ghost Hunt when you
I
I think
yeah,
realized it.
I was like, "Oh, they're supposed to be crows." Well, now they're ravens. Yeah. Yeah, so I tried really hard to be like, we're not going to mess with the gods too much, and then it obviously by the 15 gods, it didn't work.
So we were pretty good about that up until we were on a call. And you're like, hey, I had this funny idea. What if, Logan
Oh
and
yeah.
Cassius fought Technoblade? And I was like, you're like, it's not gonna happen. I'm like, ha! You told me. You tempted fate. Now watch me do it. And we did it.
Yep. And then once we brought Techno in,
Then
then
everything went to.
yep. Because I think Technoblade was the first time we actually established that about the idea of champions. Before
Yeah.
then, Logan and Patton weren't associated with the. Oh, entertain the stream.
Okay. I don't know how long I have to entertain for. I could play a song. Dance party? Alright, go. Dance party. Let's go. While I grab my guitar. I don't know how long she's gonna be gone. Wait, I'll be back. Guitar has been playing. Let's go. My guitar on. Crab wave, let's go. I can't hear the crab rave because I am not linked into the stream. Oh golly. Yeah. Alright, we got this. We got this. Let's go. I can't hear it. Ah. Okay. Crab rave's over. Is it not picking it up? Hold on. Wait. Why is it not picking it up? Discord, no! Hold on. Okay, Discord wants to be fun. How do I change my settings? Entertain the stream, she says. And instead I mess with settings. Let's see. Voice and video. Be back, she said. And yet, she's not here. Voice activity. Bop, 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 bop. Output volume. Automatically determine input sensitivity. There should be a way that it's like not doing. Just turn it on. Let me check on the stream side. It's just being weird. Got another question? Okay, go for it. I love Discord's audio features. It's great. If I have to choose from anyone in my story who will want to rewrite or change around to have it more my liking. We've done that like 3 times. I'm turning my own voice down. Um, who would I want to Well, okay, so as much as I like joke about, me not being able to write Virgil or like not giving Virgil an arc, I actually do want to give Virgil an arc. I just don't know what to do with him. Uh, Caleb, I definitely uh I wanted so in the first draft and the second draft. First draft he recovered way too quickly. Second draft he did not recover well enough from everything. So third draft I was really like, okay, I'm going to buckle down, make sure that he actually has the full like healing that he needs. Um and as sometimes I do struggle with that. I'll be like, "Ah, yes. He is sad now. Everything that he learned is in the garbage can." Which to be fair, there are those days. But yeah, I tried really hard to make sure draft 3 he healed fully, like it wasn't rushed, like it wasn't draft 1, but also that he did uh get to a more stable mindset than he was in draft 2. Um Yeah, I think draft 3 has turned out better, at least for my characters in what I wanted them to be. Caleb, I would like him to be more like he was before everything. Like he was a very quiet, calm, peaceful person. Um, and then after the main events of the series, he's very much he's quiet in that he's scared rather than self-assured, I guess. So I would like him to be more self-assured, but I don't know if he's actually going to be able to do that with what he's been through. I see Nonia's thing lighting up. I wonder what stream side sounds like with the. Oh, you can hear that. Not anymore. Why are you special like that? Noise suppression. Turn it off. There we go. Hey, we fixed it. We've got a guitar now. I am a pro and a master. Let's go. Oh, it sounds good. Oh, yeah. Let's go. I have no idea how long she's gonna be, so we could pull up the short song. If I can go find the chords for a short song. Where are you? I guess I shall say some lore. Supposedly. Let me go check the chat. Ah! I have too many tabs. Okay. So when Caleb gets back, so he gets rescued. Um 26. I just need the chords. Caleb songs? Is that what it said? Caleb songs. There we go. Found it. When Caleb gets back to the Haven, he after he gets his guitar and he turns to music as a way to help him cope and heal. And this is uh one of the songs that he does. I'm gonna go check the audio again. Stand by God against the dark. Sweet. All right. We're good. I need to turn my own voice down again. Stand my guard against the dark. I'll fight with all that's left of my heart to honor you. Hold on to the pain and memories, keeping me awake. I'll fight to honor you. If you could see the place that you protected, all the lives that are free by the neglected in your day, we stand and salute the respected. Oh, Haven, honor the fallen 26. Welcome back, No No. Daryl. I'm looking at all the songs that were written. But yeah, that song was he wrote that. Turn my voice down. Oh, thank you. Uh clap. We don't have a clap command yet. I can add a clap command real quick. I'm in the wrong account. That's why. That makes perfect sense. Uh so that song he wrote when he got back, he was so one of the biggest thing that happened for him, uh how do I put it? Basically, he watched a lot of people die. Uh Specifically 26 people he watched die. In order to keep the haven safe, and that really messed him up. So instead of that song was to help him reframe his mindset from one of I failed 26 people to one of 26 people sacrificed so that the haven could be safe. So more of a thank you rather than a guilt kind of thing. Let's see if we can add that command real quick. Command add clap. What do you want it to say? Go ahead and type in the chat what you want that command to say, and then I'll add it. Meow. Let's see here. There's one of his bard songs that I found. So he's a phantom bard. He can control people with music. And so there was a point where he ran into some hunters. And despite everything he's been through, he still has a heart for hunters. Like the hunters hurt him and people he loves, but he still wants them to see a better way. Uh if I remember how this goes, um clapping encore encore. Okay. Let me add that and then I'll do this. Nonya, she left me. I can't spell. How do you spell? Hold on, I gotta go look things up. Okay. That Wait. Ah! My attempts at doing things. What do you mean this is your stream? Yeah, but I don't have control over the how to um end the stream. User clapped. Why am I spelling it like that? Okay, let's see if it works. Oh, come on. Okay. Command. Hold on. We'll get there in a minute. Take that. Command. Edit. Wait. No. Wait. I promise I know what I'm doing. I did edit. You're being special. Edit. That. Okay. Let's go. All right. We got it. Cool. Well, this is another one that I did for Caleb. Lay down your arms and rest your head. Forget the hours both seen and said. When you awake, re-examine your life. I hope you find what's really worth the fight. The truth you know really lies inside. Ponder these things as you sleep sometime. Yeah, it was a short one. It was literally just to, because in order to give the orders, we play it. I think we play it like the D&D bard. So in order to give the orders, he has to sing it. So sometimes I will write like original ones on the spot. Other times I'm just grabbing songs that I already know. Encore. Yeah. I have so many pieces of songs in his notes. What was this one? I don't know. Do you have any other questions? Where's Justice? Justice. I don't think it's in that one. Where are you? How do I log into things? Okay, we'll pull that up. Do Justice. Why did I have to make it the hardest thing ever? Lose train of thought just now on question. That's okay. I'm gonna pull that one out and use that window. Let's go. Let's see if I can actually do this one. Usually my bar chords sound horrible. Nope. L. Cool. We can do it. Uh, I might have done this one on stream. I think I did this one on stream just a little bit. This is Justice. I just kind of started working on it in I mean it's written. The full song is written, the chords are written. It's just a matter of like translating it into the program. Uh and also attempting to play it on guitar is fun because it's bar chords and I'm not great at bar chords, so they've laid the fate of all the region at my feet. I hold the future in my fingers on the string. How could I ever know the history I'd leave? Is this my legacy? I am a man who sought victory through peace. I gave the guild every bleeding ounce of. And on either side, I watched as people died. But you never cried. Gotta lead them to the doom. It's the only way that we won't. I don't remember how to play that. We won't lose anyone. Let the piglins of nether and merlings of the sea, all the hybrids of the land, come together for liberty. We won't stop until it's over. We are coming for your head when the guild is finally fallen. All the lies that you spilled dead. Ah, I gotta scroll. We want justice. You won't see another year. We want justice. You won't draw another tear. We want justice. Oh, justice for the fallen. We want justice. We want justice. I should play this one, except Nonia's not here. Hmm. Nonia's back! I shall peck and nom on thy ear while I is gone. Peck, 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 nom, nom, nom. Nom, peck, and nom. Also, remember how I threatened that I'm going to uh make a character inspired by you? You will still have a character. Okay, you got a question. What character do I invest so much in that brings me to tears? Caleb. Absolutely 100% Caleb. I put way I don't know if it's too much myself, but I put a lot of myself into Caleb. Um a lot of his struggles, a lot of things that he goes through, um are metaphors for things that I have experienced or had to deal with. Um his whole thing with like following orders, his fear, I guess, of the Hunters Guild, his respect for authority, um his fear of, or I don't know if it's a fear more than he just like won't talk to anyone because everybody else has their own problems. And everybody else's reactions to each other's problems isn't something like he watches other people and he watches how they treat others and he's like, I am not going to be safe if I actually talk about what is going on. The writer reflects on the character. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um I have had dreams where I'm Caleb. uh it'll be interesting because it'll start like it's just interesting how it happens. Like I will like I know I'm Caleb, but I'm dealing with my own problems. Like they aren't Caleb's problems, and yet I am Caleb. So it's a weird thing. It's an interesting thing for sure. Um, all of my characters I try and give pieces of myself to, but Caleb ended up being the one where I uh put a lot of myself into him. Followed up surprisingly by Cassius. Cassius is a pain in the butt. He's far from me in many ways, but he loves his people. He's very protective of his people, and I am also very protective of my people. I'm protective of everyone. If you are in my general vicinity, you're automatically under my protection. I can't control it. You can't control it. It just is. But yeah, if somebody is messing with my people, I will fight.
I am
uh,
back.
Huzzah! You've
Sorry,
returned.
we got we got those new foster babies, and mom
Yeah.
needed help with them.
Ah, that's fair.
So, what questions did I miss?
We had two. So I gotta scroll up because I was trying to add a new command. Um, if you have to choose from anyone in your story you wanted to rewrite or change around to have it more to your liking, who would it be
Oh,
and why?
um, I'm always fiddling with Logan.
Yeah.
Um, Logan, like Canon Logan, is a character I like a lot, but I always have a hard time writing him correctly. Um, and so like I always make him too emotional. And every time I ever attempt to write Logan is that I always end up writing him too emotional.
Yeah.
Um, and I think what I had a problem with Origins Logan was that I made him good at literally everything.
Yep.
And I was like, alright, he has too many strengths. So for draft 3 Logan, I was like, alright, what is his flaw? Like, what is his big thing? And I decided that uh, this man is, I don't typically use the term Mary Sue. Mary Sue is uh, it's a pointless term that means nothing. Like I understand what the Mary Sue means is a character is what they think is like a character that's too powerful that the but if you actually think about it, the only time anyone ever complains about a character being quote unquote too powerful is whenever the character is female. Like no one calls Superman a Mary Sue. No one calls Batman a Mary Sue. No one calls a male character a Mary Sue.
I do,
People
but
people don't people don't throw a fit about a character being quote unquote too strong until it's a female character. So it's just a term I don't use because it means nothing. There's no critique to it. You're just upset because some character does a lot of things. But in the case of Logan, um he was just too good at too many things. Like I was like, all right, Logan's really smart, but he's also really strong and like really insightful. Like he was good at too many things. And I was like, okay, I need to pull that back a little bit. So I made him so what I did was that I was like, all right, so let me let me pull out my notes. Let me pull out my notes for draft 3. Um cuz I had a note for like what I wanted to do with draft 3. Yeah. Uh, nope, that's the wrong thing. Where is it? Okay, nope, that's the wrong thing. Uh, nope, that's not it either. Okay, here it is. So so one of the things that I wrote about Logan was that he can't tell when someone is lying, which makes it very easy for him to be tricked and manipulated. Except for Cassius, because he did it way too much, and so he had the idea of never trust Cassius hammered into his head, probably by Virgil. So Cassius was the only one devoid of that, because Cassius, especially early on, could never be trusted. But besides that, Logan was a very trusting person, and he could never tell when someone was lying. So he was trusting and gullible. He was open about his feelings. Uh, so he was a really honest guy. Um, he was loyal and protective. He never knew how to shut up, and he shared way too much information. He was book smart, but not always street smart. He can't lie or keep a secret to save his life. Uh, but when it was time to be serious, Logan could be calculated, could be a badass. So Logan was only allowed to be a badass whenever he fights. Whenever things were serious, Logan could be serious. Otherwise, he was supposed to be a goofball. A little bit of a goofball who had too much wonder in the world, and couldn't keep a secret, or his insight skill was very low. He was not a very insightful person, and he couldn't really read the room. That's what I ended up turning Logan into. Um, and I think I also decided that I wanted to try playing with the idea of making Logan autistic, and I don't believe I do it correctly. Um, at first, it was just a thing that I kind of like hinted at, and then eventually it does actually just get blatantly stated in the series that Logan is autistic. But again, I don't think I do it correctly. I think if like an actual autistic person read Logan, they would be upset. um, so I think Logan is definitely one of those characters I just fiddle with constantly, because I'm always trying to figure out how to do it correctly. And that happens with every time I try to write Logan. I'm always constantly trying to write Logan better. Um, besides him, I don't. Uh, I think Remus has also kind of fell a little bit in character development. I've been giving a lot of character development to Roman, who was definitely just kind of a blank slate, kind of. He didn't really have a lot going on with him, and then I threw a bunch of stuff at him for 3 books. Um,
Yep.
so now I kind of feel like Remus has lost a little bit of his charm. He kind of tries to act like a straight man to Logan. Uh, so because Virgil kind of also fell into the shadows, Remus kind of had to be the one to pick up the slack to make sure Logan doesn't do anything stupid. But then Remus also does things stupid. Um, so I think I've lost a little bit sight of what Remus's character was, because he was supposed to be a little bit mischievous. He was a little bit of a rebel. Um, and
And then you made him work for the man.
I did make him work for the man, yeah. Which is actually kind of funny because early in the fourth book, Roman had told Remus that he was thinking about letting him be like work for the guard, and like um maybe he could one day be general, and that's kind of what Remus ends up doing at the Haven. He's technically a co-captain to what's her name?
Stellar.
No,
Nope, Fiona.
the what?
Fiona.
Fiona, that's the one. Yeah. He ends up becoming co-captain to Fiona, and Stellar becomes like head of the defense department. Is what it's explained happens. But yeah, so I think I would want to work the most on Logan and Remus. Uh, what was? I think you said there was two questions. What was the other one?
Which character have you invested so much into that it brings you to tears?
Oh, what character do you invest so much time in that it brings? I Nothing has ever brought me to tears. Like physically. Um, what's a character you invest so much in that it brings you to tears? Or I guess maybe just makes you emotional. That's that's really hard because I think I have a nice for the most part I have a nice healthy balance of not of like separating me from the character. Um I say mostly because the streamer AU I put way too much self of myself into Roman and that kind of ruined his character. Um but for Origins, uh I don't know. I don't think I have an answer to that. I don't think any of the characters really do that for me.
That's really funny because I have the exact opposite problem.
Yeah, you were like, I think I came in as you were talking about how you would fight anyone over a character.
I love how that's the one that you came into.
Yeah. It's just like, I will fight anyone. I'm like, oh, alright, what were we talking about?
No, I was talking. So my answer to that, obviously, the first one was Caleb, but the second one was Cassius. There's a lot of things that are different between me and Cassius, but the protectiveness is definitely like I am very protective. Like if you are in my vicinity, you're automatically under my protection. I can't control it. You can't control it. It just is. But it's even worse. Like if you're like if you're one of my people, like I will do anything it takes to protect you. So I can't control it. And what's really funny is I won't do it for myself. If somebody comes at me, I will usually just run or cower. But if somebody goes after another person, I will jump in the middle. So it's just really funny how that works.
Yeah. So, yeah. Uh, I guess we're ready for the next question. I'll have to go back through the VOD to see what you guys talked about while I was gone.
uh, we just those two questions, and I played 26 and uh uh one of the other Bard songs I did. I forgot what the name of it was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I keep thinking. So there's this song by this guy that has a name.
There's this song by this guy that has a name.
Anyway, um, but the song is basically he just starts talking about the beauty of eye colors. Uh,
Yes. Oh, that sounds like a good song. I need that song.
well, so here's the thing. I thought about the idea of Roman not like specifically singing it. I mean, the song's not sung anyway, it's just talked, but like Roman doing
Mhm.
that to the others. Like someone breaks up the idea of eye color and then Roman is just like, but there's beauty in every eye color. And then he just goes on and he compliments everyone's eyes. Like I keep thinking about doing that, but I haven't found a spot where I could really put that in.
Yeah.
And I would have to make up new verses because like there's not he doesn't talk about yellow and he doesn't talk about red and I need those colors for three of the characters.
Yeah.
So I have to make my own verses, but I just thought it'd be really sweet that like and it had to be Roman. I didn't think anyone else would do it. Like, do I think Caleb would do it? Maybe, but I was just like, nah, give this to Roman. Let him compliment everyone. Um, but I just haven't figured out a place to put it, and I haven't written it yet. So, um, but yeah, I think it's always so interesting. Oh my gosh, remember that one time? So I think one of the things that we always have to work on is not repeating information that the reader already knows.
So
Like,
there is that, but there's also the fact that I as a reader forget. But that's just me as a person. I forget everything. Especially if it's like different stories. Like we could have said a piece of information a story or two ago. I'm not going to remember that. So that's I try to not repeat the same information, the same fic, the same story or the same book, but um
yeah,
like
but
I don't remember what Janice looks like if it weren't for the Hero Forge model. We described him once in the first story.
yeah, but
So,
I'm just talking about the fact that like one time you just had Caleb repeat his entire life story and it took
yeah, that's fair.
11 pages and I was looking at this like we already know all of this. Can we like sum this up? And I took 11 pages and I think I turned it into 4. I was like, we don't need the entire backstory again. Like we get it. He was a hunter and he was sad that Nemo was gone and this is how he lived his life and this is what he did. We don't need to hear the entire story again. We
Yeah.
just need a sum if you like the scene itself was important for him to share that information with the audience of that scene, but the reader doesn't need to go through 11 pages of what they've already been told. So I
Yeah.
summed it up and kept any of the new information um and then summed it up again and I think I got it down to like 4 pages of
Yeah.
summary because that's how much of the freaking thing you wrote and I was like, my god.
I can't help it.
um yeah, but
Oh,
especially if it was like because like sometimes it is hard because not all the characters are in the scene when something's happening and so
yeah.
like the skulk thing, like the readers know what happened during the skulk but Virgil doesn't know what happened with the skulk, so I was just like, all right, so Logan explains what happened with the skulk. um and then anything that was important or that I think needed to be reacted on, I broke up and was just like, yeah. And then Caleb almost fell to the skulk and was like, that's important information that we can do a discussion on. But
I also
yeah,
think something else too is deciding which scenes uh are actually help.
progress the
What
plot.
is it? Yeah, because sometimes we get stuck in this like, okay, chronologically this happens and that happens and that happens. Like okay, somebody gets hurt, they go down, other people go to deal with the problem. The person wakes up, there's somebody sitting there for when they wake up. Those wake up scenes aren't always needed. Like it can be like a two-sentence summary in the next scene of like, yeah, they woke up, we're a little disoriented, so and so helped them, moving on.
Are you talking about
Because
the
otherwise,
are you talking about the Roman scene?
not just that one.
I feel like that was very much targeted towards the Roman scene.
Not just that one. I've had the ones too where like I'll have Bit doing stuff like, oh what's the one? It's just like I have it a lot when I'm doing Caleb too. Where he has a sad scene and he's thinking about things. And I have to decide like, okay, what's actually important to show him thinking about because he has a lot of the same thoughts when there's a oh, what's it called? When there's
Monologue?
an event, when there's an event, he has a similar thought pattern, and I'm trying to help him break that thought pattern, but it's still there.
Yeah.
It has yet to be broken.
Yeah. When I did that scene, I was expecting that Bit would go to Roman. Like Roman would be able like someone would be able to tell Roman what the fuck happened because in Roman's perspective of how that week went was that he was slowly dying and then he casually goes to sleep, and then he wakes up and he feels better. Like that is the context of what happened to Roman for on Roman's
Yeah.
perspective. He is not aware that he almost died or that the illagers
Well,
came and
nobody's gonna
cured him.
tell. You expect all of my characters to go in and be like, "Yeah, you almost died." They learned from that last time. When they told him, like, "Yeah, you're dying," he freaked out. Virgil's not gonna tell him. Cassie's isn't gonna tell him. Caleb's definitely not gonna tell him.
When was the last
Nemo,
time that happened?
whatever story it was last time where he almost died. Oh, we rewrote that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyways, they're not gonna go in like you. He just wakes up and they're like, "Yeah, you almost died." I'll do that to Caleb. I'll do that to Caleb all the time, but not to Roman.
I don't know. I'll reread that scene, see if there's anything important. I don't know. I was also just kind of wanting to have let's Roman like feel relief
Yeah.
before I murdered him again. Um but I'll reread it and see if there's anything of importance to it, and then if not, then I can get rid of it.
I think I. Well, Virgil's gonna be there no matter what, so yeah, I don't know. The most important thing I think would be that uh letting him have the monologue of relief. There's also Remus who just like doesn't say anything. Virgil, I feel bad. Virgil takes Roman, leaves Remus, and does not like even acknowledge Remus and sends Logan to do it instead.
Yeah.
So many murders, it will get a bit confusion after the first. Yeah, there's many
Again,
many murders.
again, it also depends on what type of murder we're talking about. Are we talking about the murder that kills, or are we talking about the murder that gives trauma? Most of the time, we're talking about trauma.
If we kill them, that means they're dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Remus at that point was still just really upset and felt really guilty. So I think if Virgil even tried to acknowledge him, like Roman wouldn't speak to Remus wouldn't speak to him.
Yeah.
Um, but he could have at least acknowledged Remus, but he didn't. And I don't think Remus cared in that moment. He was still feeling pretty shitty, just mentally.
Yeah.
And Roman was still really angry with him because he hasn't been able to process the situation yet. So he also just completely ignored Remus. um, and then I didn't do the scene where Logan talks with Remus because one, I knew it wasn't going to go anywhere, and two, I already have a scene later where like Remus and Logan make up, so I
Yeah.
didn't want to mess with it too much. So I just didn't touch it.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, we did lose the scene where Cassius tries to comfort Remus, which again doesn't go anywhere because Remus wasn't in the mood to be comfort.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't think we lose too much out of that
There
scene.
wasn't really. Yeah, the only thing there was the fact that Cassius cared. Um, and that all got changed. I forget because they were dying. They were still dying. They needed the time to rest, and there was no moving Remus. Like Remus would have been too sore to move. And at that point, what was it? He was sent out to get flowers. And
Yeah,
then I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna go write the whole thing of them searching the whole valley to find flowers. We'll just say that they got flowers because I'm too lazy to do that. I want
yeah.
to get to Caleb.
You want to get to Caleb being murdered.
Yep.
One, two. Do you have any other questions? Like you can still ask questions. I was just I didn't want to sit in silence while we wait for a response. That's why I just kept on talking. But you could keep asking questions, and we would just get to it whenever we finish the thought. Um, but yeah. What is your favorite ship?
Mine?
Yeah.
Take a wild guess.
Is it Bit?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. What's a story plot or story twist would you like to input or have done for a story?
We did mention a few already.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Hold on. What what a story plot or a story twist would you like to input or have done for a story? Um, yeah, there's a lot of plots in the work. Uh, um, oh, one thing that for a long time that I was trying to do was because nothing ever happens to Janice. I really wanted to try to make something happen to Janice, which was Janice getting kidnapped by illagers. Um,
Oh yeah, that's right.
I wanted Janice to get kidnapped by illagers, and I was like, when is that going to happen? And we were trying to think that
Surprise,
maybe
surprise.
I was like, maybe it would happen. At first we were like, maybe it'll happen during the war. But when it was just like we're dealing with the skulk, and we decided that the people who would know about the skulk would be illagers, which is completely fan made. Um, but we needed someone because when it came to trying to figure out how to cure the skulk, we didn't want it to just be, oh, we found a book that had a cure. Like we were trying to avoid that, so we made people who would know about the skulk, and we decided that it would be illagers. Um, and so I was like, all right, I need to get the illagers to the haven so they'll kidnap Janice so we can see how uh totems are made. And so that did eventually get to happen, and that made me happy. Um I think I kind of wish I was able to do a little bit more with corrupted Janice.
Yeah.
But there just wasn't enough time because the minute that they were like, "Oh God, Janice is like this," they immediately went to go fix the problem, and so I got no time to play with him. Like they didn't even try to give him an item. Like
Did
um
they not? They gave him a potion, right?
no. Why would you give him a potion?
I don't know.
No, they didn't do anything. The only thing Janice was able to do was that he looked a little weird. He immediately bonded with Patton. It was like without really understanding it himself, he was just like, "Oh, I like you," and so he was just following Patton around. Um, and he went, "Ooh, pretty bird," and "big bird," and then he was fixed. Like that's as
Yeah.
far as I was able to get with Janice. Uh, no one tried to give him an item or anything or do literally anything with him other than we need to go fix him right now. Which I mean, fair enough, but still. What's the
I
biggest
think
leap of faith each of the characters have taken?
before you go on that one, on the last question, one of the things that I'm kind of interested in, but I'll never be able to do it because it would absolutely ruin his character. Um, is seeing how far Caleb would go, if he had taken on the Skulk, and
Uh,
how that would change him, what his powers would be, and how he would use them. I feel like, well, to me, writing morally gray characters is very interesting. However, Caleb's not. When I made him, he wasn't supposed to be a morally gray character. Um, and so having that whole thing would completely ruin his arc and ruin the end of the story. But I have wondered, like, okay, in an AU where he did take on the Skulk, what would he be like? How would that affect the rest of the story?
Kind of like if Logan never gave up Wither Magic.
Yeah, pretty much.
Something that I always thought about, but would also never do, was just like, what would happen if Janice got hit with an egg crystal?
Yeah.
Um, because I had him be removed from that situation because I didn't know what would happen,
Hmm.
but I kind of like want to. think about it, I think what would actually happen to Janice if he was hit with an end crystal, not exactly the same end crystal that switched everyone, but just in general, I think he
Mm-hmm.
would just absorb all of that like raw magical energy and it would probably make him very unstable.
Yeah.
Like they would have to drain uh Janice of his energy to get him back to normal, or else he might just implode.
Yeah.
Um and I like imagine like he would just grow really big and like his form would like kind of dissolve. Um and I don't think Janice would be very conscious for the whole thing, but it would
Yeah.
be very scary. Like um but that's yeah, so that's one of the things that like I've thought about, but there's no ever point where that would ever happen. Um I've also thought about the idea of what if Patton did become a god, like it, like in the context of the story, like
Mm-hmm.
what he would
Within the
do.
timeline.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what he would do with it. He would probably murder whoever murdered him. Like
Meh.
like it depended on how he died, he would probably get immediately get his revenge.
He
Um
dies from slime.
Murders all slime. Um but I would also like kind of just like imagine like what that would yeah, but like if it happened during the war, I had this scene of the idea where like the gods can actually change how big they are.
Yeah.
Uh
I think
as
you wrote that scene, didn't you?
I don't think I ever officially wrote Patton becoming like a god.
We just talked about it. I think I was
Yeah.
driving when we talked about it, actually. Now that
Yeah.
I'm remembering.
Um yeah, but like I just imagined like I also imagined that at the very beginning of Patton becoming a god, he would not be able to control his powers very well. So like I
Mm-hmm.
imagine the scene like he dies or sacrifices himself during the war and knowing that he's going to come back as a god and then he just wrecks everyone's shit. Like
Mm-hmm.
the ground is like terraforming before them um because his powers would get way stronger. He kind of becomes a kind of like earthbender.
Yeah.
And so like he's just terraforming and he's probably like 10 feet tall because he just and kind of just loses his mind for a little bit and at that point Fundy was also going to be there for the war helping out and because I always imagined this scene of like Fundy spawning a bunch of mobs into the battlefield.
Yeah.
Um and like Fundy just being like, "Oh God, we need to get Patsy to calm down," and stuff. And then, but after the war, Patton would have been taken away for one, crimes, and two, because he needs to go learn how to be a god. And so it was like, I don't want to take Patton away from the others. So, I vetoed the idea of Patton becoming a god anytime soon. I really wanted Patton to be able to live his full life and then go and be god. Which is one of the reasons why Nebula tries so hard to keep Patton alive. Like a little bit harder than she should be doing.
Yeah.
As evidence for when we get to the fungus, but yeah. So that's just that's one of those kind of like plot twists. I think we just answered the question wrong. It was asking what plot twists we would want to do, and instead we did all the we talked about the ones that we wouldn't do.
Well, we want to do them. We just can't do them.
Yeah. There was a the what was oh what was the biggest leap of faith each of the characters would do?
Cassie's getting in the boat with Caleb.
The biggest leap of the entire series, getting in a
Getting in the
fucking
boat.
boat. Ah, I think Logan's biggest leap of faith would be giving Virgil his Wither coin and becoming the Wither King during the fungus. Because I think at that point he is entrusting the others to help him get out.
Yeah.
So I think that would be Logan's. Um, it's so Remus
It's hard because
is
they've had to take a lot of
th-
leaps of faith.
they've had to take in a lot. Um.
Fungus, more lore.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the next angsty thing to happen.
You'll hear about all of us. That one's gonna get really rewritten.
Yes.
So we're gonna be rolling a lot in the Discord if you want to watch live murder.
Yeah. We'll probably talk about that a little bit more once we've actually finished writing that because depending on how it goes, we'll give you different answers.
Yep.
um, but I think the biggest it's very hard to kind of explain, but I think Remus throwing Roman out of the castle before it explodes is I feel like it's one of their biggest leaps. I can't figure out on whose side though. I want
Well,
I want to say maybe it's Remus's side.
yeah, because Roman didn't really get a choice in
No.
that matter. There
No.
was no trust in there. It was Remus's trusting that Roman's gonna be okay if he does this.
But she was not.
Yeah. I mean, he lived. He
He
was traumatized, but
lived.
he lived.
Yeah, he lived. He was traumatized and not ready to let go of his brother. Um, but yeah, I think what would be Roman's biggest leap of faith? I don't think it's happened yet. I think that's what I want to say.
Yeah.
I don't think it's happened to Roman yet. Um,
It would have happened if we didn't rewrite the whole Calvary clan
yeah,
plotline.
yeah, maybe. Um, yeah, that just didn't
It
work out.
might be the war
It
being
might
left
happen though.
behind during the war. Like he stays with the troops and yeah, I don't know honestly.
Yeah, I don't think it's happened yet. Um, I Janice is so weird. Janice is like his quote unquote biggest leap of faith was probably trusting the Raven and going to talk to his
Oh
mom.
yeah. Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's his biggest leap of faith. Is
Yep.
just trusting that Raven to bring him to his mom. And then I think maybe the next one would probably be during the war when he has to trust in Virgil to go kind of let him eat off of him.
Yeah. That would be another one.
Um, Patton's leap of faith. I would say probably when he lets himself be consumed by god magic. Like he does that fully aware that he will probably will not survive. Hence why he says goodbye to Nemo. Um, so I want to say maybe it's that.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time with all of mine because Caleb is a man of necessity. Um he sees an opportunity, he sees a solution and he does a quick assessment, and if it seems like it's the best solution, he just goes for it. Um he doesn't really he does think about things from all angles, but he's so used to thinking on his feet that sometimes he doesn't get every angle.
Biggest leap of
Um
faith. He trusts Roman during the bee situation.
yeah, you're right. Actually, yep, that's it.
Cause that was back when he was kind of like terrified of Roman.
He was terrified of everyone and everything, and especially authority, and he could not see Roman uh back then. He just saw authority. Um so yeah, when that whole situation, okay, backstory. It's too much. Help me summarize.
so, um, so Caleb is a character that was raised to believe that raised to believe by the government that hybrids were these dangerous creatures that needed to be exterminated. And he wanted to be a hero, so he joined the hunters to get rid of these creatures. Fast forward, he learns that they are not these dangerous creatures, but actually just regular people. Regular in quotation marks. But they were people who did not need to be slaughtered. And um and so he starts fighting the hunters, right? Well, fast forward even more. He thought he's on the run from the hunters. The hunters had just murdered his mother and kidnapped his father, and he thought that the government, if he brought in the evidence, would back him up and protect him. And it turned out that the government was too corrupted by the influence of the Hunters Guild to give a shit about Caleb and his cause. And so he lost all faith in the government and in authority and saw them all as his enemies. And Roman, he is a prince. He was raised to be an authority figure and to be a leader, and he got picked by Caleb actually to
Yeah.
be the governor of the Haven because he didn't want to be governor. And so, but because of his had recent trauma with dealing with the Hunters Guild and his betrayal of the government, he no longer saw Roman as a person, but saw him as the government, and thus he could not trust Roman.
Yeah. So
Until the bees.
the bees. So they're basically a fight breaks out on the Haven. Things happen. Some people die. Caleb helps kill some people, which does not help. Um, so Caleb's kind of freaking out because he's just killed people. And he's well aware that the Haven government is gonna have to run its course and, do justice, whatever. He's like, I cannot do that again. I can't go back to that. So he and Cassius and Nemo, they grab their like, how old was Achilles? Like a week or something like that?
I don't know if he was just a week old. I think it's been like a few months.
No, he was at like a week or
Oh,
2 weeks, something like that. He was young. He was just born. So they take their newly born son and they book it to the mainland to try and hide. Um, well, the captain of the guard is like, I'm not gonna stand for that. Goes, finds them, or actually, no, what happens? It got changed in draft three, but basically, the captain of the guard does get a hold of Caleb and puts him in jail. Caleb's literally losing his mind. Roman comes down and pulls Caleb out and gets him back to the house, and basically Roman is definitely bending the rules and showing favoritism. Oh, I just broke something. I don't know where it went. Where did it go? I don't know. I'll fix it later. Um, Roman pulls him out, um, brings him back to his house, uh, helps him like slowly calm down and come back to the present because Caleb was just in a Caleb was stuck in a flashback. He was
a really
not
deep
aware.
flashback, yeah.
Yeah, he was completely unaware of where he was, who was around him, anything like that. So Roman works with him. I think we said it was almost an hour before Caleb came back to the present.
Like an hour or two.
Yeah, it was a long time. Uh, so Roman gets him back. They chill out in the house for a bit. Um, I think somebody called Cassius to come get Caleb, and basically Roman promised. Oh no, Stellar came to the house and was a problem again because I could not leave Caleb alone.
No, no, you could not.
But basically, Roman eventually like has Caleb go back to where he was hiding with the family, and promises that he will get their names cleared and he will protect them. And Caleb has to trust Roman's word on that because it sucked in many ways for Caleb because like the Haven is like his baby. Like he helped make that place and he feels like he's being uh driven out of it, I guess. Even though he's the one running, he feels like he's being driven out of it. Um so yeah, that was definitely a big leap of faith and trust in Roman. And that was the first like solid foundation for Caleb and Roman's relationship.
Because Roman at his core was empathetic and so he was very much against Stellar bringing them back because he was like, if you bring him back, you're not going to gain anything. And Stellar was very much lawful good, like follow the law, follow the protocols. And what happens is that he goes he goes to Patton, and then Patton goes to Logan, and then they give them the compass. Or is that how they find him the second time around?
Second time. That's towards the end, I think.
Right. Yeah, that's the second time.
Stellar called Caleb back.
Oh, they
Um,
pearled him.
that's right. The pearl.
The
Yeah.
state. Yeah, that's
They
what
didn't
they
even
did.
call him back. They just like, boop, you're back now. Surprise, you're in jail.
Yeah. So yeah, Roman was like, because the reason why Roman was even asking for them back, or was that they need, not even Caleb, he needed Cassius. Like
Yeah.
he needed Cassius's side of the story for his argument for the jury.
And
Uh,
Stellar decided it'd be a great idea to use Caleb as bait. Like they figured, hey, he follows Caleb all the time. Let's bring Caleb back. He'll follow him back.
so so yeah, so Roman was very much not happy about the situation, and so he works on trying to get Caleb to calm down. And then once he finally gets him to calm down, he's like, "I'll go get you something to eat." And then he leaves for like 5 fucking minutes. And then Stella shows up to try to capture Caleb again, and they fight. Um, and so Roman comes back to like, "I told you to watch him," and she was like, "He was being sus." And I'm like, "He's a traumatized little child. Stop it." Roman and Stellar were not getting along. Um, but yeah, so that was probably yeah. Nemo. What would be a leap of faith for Nemo?
Nemo had has had leaps of faith. Um, I can I'll come back to Nemo.
Okay.
I'm thinking of Cassius right now. Cassius's would be pretty much any time where he's in a weakened state and he has to trust somebody else to protect him, to be strong enough to protect him, and but also trust that they aren't going to hurt him while he's weakened. And I purposefully put in a lot of those to try and break down his walls. Um,
Yeah,
oh
cause
goodness,
what? Logan does that. Remus
yeah,
does that. Roman does that. I don't think he's done it with Patton yet, which is very funny because Patton's very tight with Nemo, and Cassius just comes in and insults Patton occasionally, and Nemo's not and does not like it.
yeah.
Um,
I honestly can't remember if it's happened with Patton or not. I don't think it has. Patton doesn't have an emerald yet. Um,
it surprisingly happened with Janice.
did it?
Um, I don't know if it survived in draft 3, but I do remember there was a draft um where Cassius fights some Withers, um, like Wither clan members, and Janice has to
Oh,
go and give
yes.
him a potion.
Yeah. Yeah, that did happen. I don't know if Cassius actually went down from that or not. If I remember correctly, in draft 3, he didn't actually need the healing potions. I think, yeah, I don't think he did. Um,
So
one
that
of the first times it did happen though was Journey to the Haven. Nico throws Cassius in the ocean, and the twins go and grab him. And that's the first time that he's really had his life saved by one of the other characters. Um, and he was just laying there in the tub of lava, in plain view of the whole village. He hated that so much. Um, but like he trusted Remus enough. He had more trust in Remus at that point than he did Caleb. And so if Remus wasn't there, I think Cassius would have been trying to drag himself out of the tub. But
yeah.
yeah.
Um, I feel like there has to be something for Virgil.
Uh,
I don't know. He trusts Caleb during his lowest time.
he did. Yeah. That was kind of the one I was thinking of too. I was trying to think. I want to say there was something with Roman, but I can't think of anything in draft 3 too much because it's more of just like Roman giving him an encouraging word once in a while. That at least what we show on screen. Um
Yeah.
I think it would be more of besides like Logan and Patton, the person that he has trusted most with his vulnerability would be Caleb.
I think it's
There
funny that
was
I think it's funny you didn't say Janice.
what'd you say?
I just think it's funny you didn't say Janice. Like Virgil doesn't trust Janice with his vulnerability.
He watched Janice dance around asking Patton out.
Yeah, but Janice trusted him with that.
He's watched Janice flip out. He's scared of Janice in the first like 3 fics.
That is also true. Yeah. No.
Janice is almost taken off his head.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay, so I think we've answered that question.
Yeah.
Oh, character love languages for all the characters.
I think all of Bit is touch. They all have touch.
Is it touch both ways or just one way? Because
Uh
I think they all
I think
receive touch very well,
yeah.
but I think Cassius is definitely a gift giver.
Oh yeah, Cassius definitely does the gifts. Caleb has words of affirmation. Nemo does service. Caleb also has service too. He gives in service. Um Virgil does I think Virgil does gifts, honestly.
Let me think. So Patton,
I wrote this down. Where is it?
I have to think about it. So Patton, Patton probably definitely does gifts of service. I could definitely see him as a person who does like acts of kindness.
Mhm.
Um, he probably likes to receive.
Random thoughts and character analysis? No, it's not here.
I think he
Oh, there's
also likes to receive acts of service. I think if someone like wanted to help Patton do something, he would very much enjoy that. Uh
Cassius tried. He's just very bad at working with people, especially Patton.
yeah, no, he just insults Patton for trying to do what he does, and so Patton gets upset and leaves.
Mhm.
Um Janice Janice receives it's very hard those two. For the
I
longest
cannot
running
find it.
couple, I never write them. Um
You write them sometimes.
yeah,
They
very
just don't have very long scenes.
they don't have very long scenes. I don't write romance very well. Um
I will be right back.
so I'm not too sure what Janice's language is. Logan likes to give touch. Logan gives a lot of touch and he likes to receive words of affirmation. He likes to be complimented. Remus uh um Remus this is very hard. Hold on. Let me look up. It might help me if I just like have the list um here. So 5 love language list. Okay, so it's words of affirmation, quality time, physical touch, acts of service, and receiving gifts. Okay. Uh, Remus. Oh, I think Janice probably likes to receive quality time. I think just being around Patton makes him very happy. Um, and so he also gives quality time. Um, or words of affirmation. He'll probably also give some words. Uh, Remus probably receives. I think Remus also receives words of affirmation very well. He never was told a lot of things, and so whenever someone compliments him, he really likes it. Uh, and he likes to give physical touch. He definitely loves to give physical touches. Roman, Roman is probably he likes to have quality time. Um, and he likes to give words of affirmation. He is very much a do not touch me person. Uh, Roman is very much very touchy. Touchy. He's very picky about being touched. So I wouldn't say being touched is a love language for Roman. Um, let's see. I did Logan, Remus, Roman, Patton, Janice. Okay, so I think those were my five. I hope that made sense. Uh, what do you think? What do you think the best way to resolve conflict is for anyone in particular? Oh boy, if we could resolve conflict, uh, everyone wouldn't be at each other's throats. So, let's see. How do people resolve their conflicts? Janice resolves his conflicts by talking. He's probably the easiest person to resolve a conflict with because he doesn't like to fight. Um, Fighting isn't an active thing he does, so it's more likely that Janice will avoid the problem for as long as he can, and then once he can't anymore, he'll finally talk it out. Uh Patton tries to be civil. Um it depends on what you're fighting about. If you get physical with Patton, Patton will get physical back. But he also has a rule that he's not actually supposed to harm his family. So if someone got physical with him in the family, then Patton would just get really frustrated and probably let them beat on him. Luckily that hasn't happened. Not typically will people actually start a physical fight with Patton. Um Otherwise, Patton is very willing to talk things out. Logan is probably where Logan will start to fight people if when he gets frustrated. Like if it was Cassius, he will just immediately throw hands with Cassius. Mostly because he's aware that Cassius can handle it. Um and so he feels comfortable being able to get physical with Cassius. Um the answer to the question of what is the best way to resolve conflict is always to talk it out, but not every character is capable of talking things out. Roman actually, when he's upset, he kind of just keeps the feelings to himself and then tries to work on uh figuring himself out. So Roman would avoid the conflict altogether by just dealing with it himself. Uh Remus deals with conflict by just getting really angry with everyone. He kind of just ends up lashing out at anyone that like brings it up, especially if it was the person who actually did it. And is also probably one of the closer people who are willing to get physical with someone. Again, especially Cassius. Um, I could probably already answer for Virgil. Virgil avoids conflict like the plague. He sucks at talking about his feelings and will just mostly just let everyone yell at him, and then he gets really sad and depressed. Uh, like one of the reasons why Patton, like there's a conflict between Patton and Virgil that goes on for a while, mostly because Virgil can't explain how he feels to Patton while also just constantly yelling at Patton for doing things wrong. And so Patton gets really frustrated and fed up with Virgil, and I think it's the closest Patton ever gets to like disowning someone from his hive because he just got really fed up with Virgil. Um, Caleb, I would also think, and like Space can say his own answers to this question, but I imagine that Caleb also likes to talk about conflicts. Cassius punches his way out, definitely. Cassius sucks at talking things out. He would rather punch his way out. Um, and Nemo also has a hard time expressing his feelings for a different reason. But he's also not a violent person, so I think he would just get frustrated and cry. uh, as it is the month of October, spooky season, what's the survival plan during a zombie apocalypse and their process in dealing with it, which is very funny because theoretically, a zombie apocalypse in their world is something that can obviously happen because there's just zombies that spawn every night. So I think they're all very well prepared for dealing with a zombie apocalypse. For one thing, a zombie cure actually exists. Um so so Logan's plan would just be make a bunch of cures and cure the people who have been turned into zombies and murder the magical zombies. Uh Cassius would probably just murder everything on sight. Uh I just in the context of the world that they live in, a zombie apocalypse is the least of their concerns. They're all mostly skilled fighters, so they aren't very concerned about uh fighting a zombie. Now there was two times where one of the characters almost turned into zombies. That was the first time was with Logan. He had accidentally slept walk his way into a forest during the night and he got bit by a zombie. But again, there's a cure for zombification as long as you get to it in time. Nothing long lasting will happen. So he managed to get his way back home and stop it from causing unreversible damage. Then, during the trip to the Haven, Roman gets bit by a zombie, which infects him and Remus, and they spend basically an entire day uh getting rid of that uh zombification. It had almost killed them. That one was a close call. Logan's was just kind of like a hey, here's a thing that can happen, but like he's going to be okay. Roman and Remus, that's when it was like a threat that they almost became zombies. So what is the threat about becoming a zombie if it's curable so easily? Is that if you fully turn into a zombie, um, and then you get turned back, well, your brain has been completely fried. So when you come back, you've basically taken a lot of brain damage, which isn't curable. And so like you're kind of dumber and you can't process foods and your motor skills are really slow. Um and so it's still really bad experience to have if you fully go through it, which is why they very much did not want to go fully through it. Also, I can't decide um if the twins had turned into zombies if they would explode or not. Um I don't think they would, but they might just but they could have also just exploded and murdered everyone, so you know. On vacation, are you the relax by the pool type or get up and go adventure, etc.? Are you asking that of the characters or are you asking that about me?
Why is it not working? Oh, okay. Now it's working.
Welcome back.
Hello.
You missed a few questions.
Okay. What's questions?
Okay.
What do you
Uh
think the best way to resolve conflict is for anyone in particular? Uh, like how the characters resolve conflict?
yeah.
Since when does Cassius resolve conflict?
I said that Cassius resolves his conflict by punching everything.
That's true. But it just makes more conflict. Caleb does his best to get everybody's perspective on it. Um, and make himself as small and insignificant as possible in the process. uh, Nemo doesn't really resolve conflict himself. He is learning to. He's had to learn how to speak for himself. Um, being in a relationship with Cassius, uh, he has to learn how to speak for himself and stand up for himself because Cassius is a pain in the butt and a blind idiot.
Yeah.
So
I
Cassius has to be told that he's doing something wrong. He doesn't, and he has to be told it multiple times. So,
Yeah,
uh,
I did say that Nemo was like Nemo can't really talk his way out and he's not much of a fighter, so he just cries.
yeah, pretty much. Uh, Virgil. Honestly, ki- Virgil's weird. So Virgil can help other people resolve their conflicts. He sucks at resolving his own conflicts though. Like that thing with Patton went on forever. And that's mainly my fault. But like whenever Virgil doesn't feel good or is in a conflict situation, I'm noticing a lot of my characters kind of have that trait. And I have to watch that because that's definitely a me trait that is bleeding into the characters. Is that if there's conflict, they just avoid it and don't deal with it. Cause yeah.
I,
I don't know whose experience I I want to say Caleb's experiences have been like actually yes, Caleb's trauma tells him that attempting to fight back or resolve conflict is only going to cause more conflict and get himself and more people hurt. So um that should be a Caleb only trait. Unfortunately, it's kind of become a all my characters have that trait.
I think out of my characters, Janus is the only one who actively runs away from conflict.
Yeah.
He kind of runs away from it until he's finally ready to talk about it.
Yep.
Besides that, my characters are typically able to just talk their way out of it. Roman also doesn't really deal with conflict. He kind of just deals with it himself, and then eventually it works out.
Yeah.
Um, and Remus is probably out of mine the one who's most likely to throw hands during a conflict.
Yeah.
Especially, I said that
With
especially.
Cassius.
Yeah, I did say that especially Logan and Remus will fight Cassius, mostly because they know Cassius can handle it.
Yeah. Until, Remus almost takes his arm off. I just wanted to. I just wanted to, man.
Remus felt really bad about that.
And then it doesn't even get mentioned again. We just move on from it.
Yeah.
Was the next one the apocalypse
Yeah.
question? Cassius goes and beats them all up and thins their numbers, and he will keep going until he drops. or until somebody with a better brain than him drags him away and gets him underground. Um, Caleb says, "Heck no, I'm out," and runs to higher ground. I think Nemo would probably do the same thing. Nemo just goes. He just leaves. He's like, I don't need to prove anything. I choose life. I'm just gonna leave now. Virgil, pretty much the same thing, honestly. They're all just like, we've been through too much. We know better. We're just gonna leave. Now, if somebody actually, got infected, then they would go trying to solve. If it was one of those things where like it was spreading and everyone was at risk, um, they would try and find a solution to it. But if it's just like, yeah, we have a horde of zombies coming towards us, they're just gonna run.
I said in the context of our story, where zombies pop up every night, that
Yeah,
a zombie apocalypse would be the least of their worries.
it really would. After all the things that they've seen and been through.
Like, they have the cure for zombification. I don't think they're
Yeah,
that concerned.
yeah. No, skulk zombies. Those would be interesting. There are, I almost. That was kind of what I was playing with when I did Caleb's vision of his skulk self. In the Deeper Darker mod, there is a player size mob that looks like it was a zombie. It like a skulkified player, I guess, is what it kind of was. But yeah. I think the next one is the on vacation. Are you either relaxed by the pool or get up and go adventure? Uh, so for each of the characters, Caleb and Cassius have a problem with sitting still. Why did I put them together? They just happened. It's not my fault. I didn't choose this. I didn't plan this. I planned something else and they said, "Hey, I like this one." I'm like, "Okay." But anyways, neither of them can sit still. Caleb, when they go on their form of vacation uh is going camping, and even then, like, Caleb is over like fishing or doing something productive, quote unquote productive, something that's helpful to his family. Cassius is also wandering around, um, collecting resources or things like that. Nemo's the only one who can actually chill. Nemo is perfectly content to just curl up in somebody's lap and sleep. Virgil's also content to just sit and crochet. So I don't know about your guys, your boys.
Sorry, I was eating.
You're good.
So,
Food is good.
so Logan's a little bit of both. If there was something new and interesting, he would absolutely love to go check it out. Otherwise, Logan is just comfortable sitting at home with a good book. Um, Probably with like Remus petting his head. Um, Remus also would like to go on an adventure. I don't think Remus could really sit still for so long, which is probably why he's always messing with potions because he's bored. Um, Roman would definitely be a person who just likes to relax. He would probably take Nemo's offer to just curl up and like sleep all day or something. Um, Patton, I feel like Patton would have a hard time sitting still for too long. Like he would have very short vacations before he's just like I need to go do something. And then obviously Janice is totally down with just chilling out and doing nothing.
They need a beach episode. That's what I need to do.
I swear, we'll do a beach episode and Logan drowns or something.
No! Stop! He doesn't drown. Stop drowning people in the beach episode.
I like how I made Logan incapable of swimming and he never drowns.
Stop. No, no, no. What have you done? You knew exactly what you were doing. You're like, he never drowns, and you just wait for me to come up with ideas. I went with it too, bro. Yeah.
Oh, that was so funny.
You knew exactly what you were doing.
Just the pause.
I was literally daydreaming up a scene where Logan and Caleb go to find Andella, and I'm like, drop Logan in a freezing river. Wait, no, stop. I'm clipping that, man.
Hurry before you lose it.
I'm trying if Twitch doesn't.
That was so funny. Um, and then the next question was any hidden talents. Um, hidden talents. It's hard not because they're not talented, but it's just like what have we not mentioned? Um, like Roman, like it gets revealed that that Roman is a excellent dancer. Like that was a hidden talent, so we made it not hidden anymore. Um, what about Janice? What hidden talent can I give Janice?
The speed phantom form.
Is that really a hidden talent though?
It could be. It's a
Um,
hidden something, that's for sure.
um, yeah, it's just an unnoticed fact that Janice is actually the strongest character in the entire series, but he's such of a goddamn coward that he never fights. Um, so that's Janice's hidden talent. The hidden talent is that Janice is the most powerful character, and he does jack shit.
I was gonna ask, does Caleb actually have anything hidden? Because he's like an open book. Is there anything that hasn't been revealed yet? And then I realized, his little murder spree. Um,
Okay,
yeah.
he's asking about hidden talents though, not hidden murders.
Lone got summoned.
Um,
If one says if it's hidden, then yes. So I'm gonna use that as my answer for Caleb.
his hidden talent is that he murdered a bunch of people.
Is the more of the hallucinations, which isn't really hidden. There are people who know of it, but it's not really, it gets revealed. That's what I'm struggling with, is that everything that I give Caleb, it's only hidden for so long, and then it gets revealed. Like him,
I like
his
I like how I was thinking hidden talents, like I don't know, Remus is surprisingly good at baking, or like Patton is actually a tap dancer or something, and then you're just like, well,
murder.
this character, once murdered a bunch of people without telling anyone. It's like that is not a talent. um,
See, but it's still a hidden something. The problem is, like, we can come. Oh, hi, Lone. uh, the thing is, like, we can, at least for me, I can think of like they have hidden quote unquote talents, but if they never get used, then are they canon? and my brain just forgets them if they're not used.
Um,
Like I forgot that you said patent tap dances.
oh, that was a hidden talent that Patton had in the Family RP. I was just saying that as an example.
Oh,
I don't think
that's
this
why I didn't
Patton.
remember.
Yeah, I don't think Origins Patton knows how to dance. Besides the fact that he danced for their wedding, which I want to say was choreographed by Janice. So I want to say that Janice secretly is really good at dancing. Um, Also, Janice is actually very skilled with knives in more ways than one.
Yep.
Um, I would say that's knife throwing is probably a hidden talent of Janice's.
Yep.
Uh, a hidden talent of Logan. Um, I want to say that Logan is able to identify every single smell. Like he can sniff something and know exactly what it is.
Yeah, that makes sense. He used that when what's his face? Parsifal uh swindled him, or at least tried to.
Yeah,
Cassius and Remus swindled him back
yeah,
and stole their stuff.
yeah, he tried to ask like if he could smell the potion, the quote unquote potion, and he refused.
Yep.
Um, Potion making was like kind of Remus's hidden talent. It was more of a rediscovered talent for Remus. Besides that, Remus is actually a professional lap dancer, pole dancer. Sorry. Um, yeah. So Remus's hidden talent is that he is a pole dancer. I don't know why a lot of them end up just being dance related. Um,
I don't know what necessarily hidden talents Cassius has. Uh See, I struggle with hidden talent. Caleb does carving. He gets bored, he picks up a stick, he starts carving it. There's also him just like tying random knots, which we end up scrapping that scene so it hasn't come up again. But Caleb has a pretty versatile knowledge of different knots. Um
he's like a little camp scout.
what?
You know, a camp scout. You know, like those Boy Scouts.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what
He kind of has
that's
all
what
that.
Caleb is. Caleb is a Boy Scout.
Caleb is a Boy Scout.
Oh God,
You're not wrong.
you're asking about the egos of all the characters.
Egos mean I don't understand.
Okay, yeah,
Clarify before my brain starts
yeah.
going.
Clarify what exactly you mean by egos.
I'm gonna leave the VC and rejoin because it's hard to hear you, and
O-
I think it's on my end.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
No, it's still being wonky. Okay.
Sad.
Like alter egos or like how big is their ego? I guess is what I'm wondering.
Man, we haven't messed with alter egos since the Family RP.
uh
I went a little too crazy on the alter egos.
well, I guess it wouldn't be I don't know if it counts as an alter ego or not, but you had that arc with Logan in draft. Wasn't draft? It was draft 1. Both? Oh boy.
Uh,
Cassius has the biggest ego out of everyone.
I I
Someone
I can agree with
bring
that. Uh, as in for like alter ego. You're talking about when he like pretended to be the Wither King and then went on his like little edge phase.
Yes.
Yeah, that was an alter ego.
Yeah.
As it goes for alter egos for this series, I don't think anyone really has an alter ego. Except for that one draft where Logan got really depressed about the world and decided to go murder a bunch of bases, um, disguised as the Wither King. So that would probably be the only time a character had an alter ego. As for egos, a lot of the characters are prideful in certain ways. I think honestly the least prideful character would be Roman. Roman does very well to not consider himself prideful, which I think is very different to canon Roman, which I think is very funny. It's
Yes.
um cuz like even like Logan is prideful in his magic and um and Patton is prideful in his work and Janice is prideful in his cooking.
My crow just fell. My crow fell off your no?
Not
Oh, I I don't know what my brain's okay. Ignore me.
um Remus would probably be the next least prideful person. You have to drag pride out of Roman. Not out of Roman, out of Remus. Especially early on in the series, Remus was not prideful. I would like to say that Remus feels pride in his potion work now. But yeah, no, Cassius has the biggest ego in literally everything. He just thinks he's the best of the best. He thinks he's the strongest and the smartest person. Uh, and it got on everyone's nerves. He's just like, I'm not weak to water. You literally are, you big pack of shit. And Caleb never takes pride in anything.
Caleb. Hmm.
Uh huh. That's what I thought.
No, I'm trying to put words together. Give me a moment. Yeah, yeah. Caleb used to have uh an issue with pride in that he was blinded by his pride. Uh he does have I don't know if it's necessarily pride though. There's the the kind of pride that I'm thinking of and I'm trying to figure out which of the characters actually has it is like a I can do things on my own. I don't need help kind of pride. Um
Self confidence?
what?
Self confidence?
Kind of self-confidence, also stubborn. Caleb's stubborn. Caleb is very stubborn. Uh there is that. But as far as like an ego goes, Caleb's weird. Why is he so complicated? I don't know how to put it into words.
I don't think, I don't think Caleb is very, has a really big ego because other characters have to repeatedly tell him that he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's your answer to that question.
Yeah. I think Nemo's pretty healthy. Nemo takes pride in his work. He gets offended when people insult his work. Cassius. Um, but other than that, there isn't much that Nemo's pretty balanced in his self view, actually, which is a very big contrast to the family AU, which was purposeful.
The family AU, I was prepared to murder Nemo myself. I was so done with his shit. We had a draft where he murdered himself like 6 different times, and at that point, I like literally gave up on him.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, you are literally impossible. If you want to go die, then fine, just do it. Because I think it was draft one. Um, like draft one family AU, Logan and Nemo were best friends.
Yeah.
And even at a certain point, like Logan gave up on Nemo because he just couldn't anymore.
Yeah. No, the family AU was definitely there were two things that made it rough. One, we had a limited space and a limited number of characters. We didn't have a big old world for them to explore. They were all stuck in Thomas's mind. So the only way that we could have like other plot lines was in the imagination or bringing in the domain sides. Um, the other thing that made it rough is how, at least on my end, how connected I was to Nemo. Like you were saying in the streamer you had trouble with Roman because of how connected you were to him. In the family AU, that was a big thing with me and Nemo. Um, so trying the family AU was where I would put a lot of uh my current feelings on a situation into it. The origins AU, I was like, okay, let's try to not do that. Let's try to, like, the characters can suffer. The characters can, go through pain and despair and all that stuff, but I want them to keep fighting. And that was what uh I guess inspired a lot of Cassius, is needing a character that would fight no matter what. So Cassius is an absolute pain in the butt. He takes it to the extreme, but he has a fighting spirit that when all the other characters are like beat down, he can still fight for them, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And it wasn't just on your end. I was also going through a rough patch. Like, it was the first time I was away from home, first year of college. So I also didn't help in the like, let's make these characters suffer. Um, draft one of the family AU was so bad, so
Yeah,
horrendous that we
yeah,
literally deleted it off of archive of our own because I
yeah,
was like, no one needs to see this.
yeah,
And we were doing that, and the people who had read the series were actually yelling at us for getting rid of it.
yeah.
And I was like, what is your problem?
The same problems we had. That's what.
Apparently.
Yeah. Rank all murders from top to bottom. I can't even remember all the murders, man. I could give you like top three. Top three fight scenes. Let's go. Gotta think about it though. I can give you one fight scene for each character. How about that? Or at least each of. I can't think of one for Virgil, but I can think of one for each a bit.
Hey, if I give you a picture, the full picture of my character sitting, could you change it so that's the picture that's being used so it's not just half of
Yes.
my please, it's been bugging me.
Yes, I can. I'll go drop that in real quick. That works. All right. So for Nemo, um,
Okay, there you go.
let's see if I can multitask. For Nemo, there's a fight scene. I don't know how big of a fight it actually was, but he goes. Actually, I'll get. No, no. Would you like to summarize why Nemo was going after Pacifica?
Oh.
The laugh.
All right. So, we had this character called Pacifica who was Patton's half sister. And Pacifica went through a lot of changes through the different drafts. At first, she was supposed to be a good family member for Patton. So Patton didn't feel like he came from an entire family full of monsters that murdered people. Um and
Surprise, surprise.
uh and I just ended up not really caring about Pacifica as a character, and so she basically um what's the word I'm looking for? Like, dissolved into basically her parents as well. And so she became an awful character who was also a psychopath who was obsessed with having Patton. And so she basically kidnaps him and tries to force Patton into accepting her as his queen so Patton would never want to leave her alone. And Nemo got word that Patton had went to go help Pacifica, and so he rushes over and basically saves Patton, who was in the process of something called pheromone therapy, which was the process that um uh Pacifica was using to try to get Patton to accept her as his new queen. Um, and so Nemo saves Patton and murders Pacifica. So that's what happened. Why are we and I don't know, I blanked out for 2 seconds. I don't know why we were talking about Pacifica. Oh, we were talking about the biggest fights, I guess, for murders, ranking all the murders. Uh, though I can't tell if you're asking for deaths or trauma. I'm assuming you probably mean trauma. So, so I don't see how that was trauma, but I think Space just decided to go with biggest like fights, and so I think that was a pretty like good fight for Nemo. Um, I would think the most traumatic thing that happened to Virgil is seeing Logan as the Wither King for the second time, where his body was literally decaying away because it couldn't handle the amount of wither magic inside of his body, so he was literally dying as he stood there as as the Wither King. Um, that heavily traumatized Virgil. And Patton, though it's never mentioned too much, Patton was also extremely traumatized by seeing his brother like that. Um, I think the most traumatic thing that happened to Logan, I will actually probably say that time when when him and Caleb gets captured, by the hunters. I think that was the first time, Logan had ever been caught by hunters before, and so it was the first time that he was about to be tortured like Caleb was, and it scared the shit out of him. Uh, and stuff. So I would say that was probably the most traumatic thing that happened to Logan. Was getting captured. Um, I think the most traumatic thing that happened to Patton was knowing that his father was hunting their group down, and hunting Patton down. I think that really upsetted Patton. Out of a lot of things. No, the most traumatic thing that happens to Patton is that he sees Logan get his rip throat out. Rip throat out? He gets Logan almost gets his throat ripped out by an invisible foe, and Patton just completely snaps. Um, and does something that traumatizes Caleb and Cassius. Cassius was not afraid of Patton until that moment. Um, Luckily, I think Nemo is spared from that scene, so Nemo's not there when it happens. But oh boy, does Patton traumatize Caleb and Cassius later. Uh,
Oh, I have returned.
you have returned. So I brought up for Virgil uh seeing Logan as second time Wither King when he's all decaying. Definitely traumatized him. I said the most traumatizing thing for Patton was seeing Logan's throat get ripped out.
Wait, we're on trauma now?
So the question that he asked, was ranking the murders from top to bottom, and I just
Okay.
decided to talk about what was the most traumatic thing that happened to each of the characters.
Okay.
So
I was gonna go on what was the most badass, scene, but
yeah, you start yeah, so you started talking about what was a badass scene. I was talking about what the question actually was about, which was trauma.
okay.
But I could also mention badass fight scenes. But yeah, I said Logan's most traumatic thing that happened to him was when he got captured with Caleb. because that's actually the
Is
first.
that?
It's the first time Logan ever actually got captured.
But like that's the most traumatic thing.
I would think so. The What's hard about saying that the Wither thing was the most dramatic is because Logan's not very much uh conscious.
Aware.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah.
conscious for most of it. So it's very hard to be traumatic. Like the idea of it is scary, but I wouldn't say it traumatized him. Being
What
strapped
about his
to a
parents?
that was also probably a very traumatic thing to happen. But I think being strapped to a chair and watching the people who messed Caleb up about to mess him up scared the shit out of him,
Yeah.
which was one of the reasons why he so quickly gave up the Haven. Um, the most traumatic thing to happen to Janice is definitely the experimentation. Being experimented on and what caused him to become a ghost in the first place, it will always haunt Janice for the rest of his life. The most traumatic thing that happened to Roman was obviously when Remus died. Though the Skulk is a very high second. Um, so I think the Skulk beats it for Nope, nope. Most traumatic thing to happen to Remus is his entire childhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of hard to beat that one.
Yep.
Um, and I said that Patton's most traumatic thing was being hunted by his father.
Yeah. Well, what
Eh,
about the magic thing that Pacifico was trying to do?
Uh, he was kind of half conscious for that. At a certain point, Patton was not aware of what was happening anymore. Which is why
This is true.
when they first save Patton, Patton isn't aware that he's been saved, and so he's still fighting everyone until he eventually passes out.
Yeah.
So, but no, being hunted by your own family is pretty traumatic.
Yeah.
Um, and also very close second is definitely the also watching your brother decay before your eyes. Oh wait, no, I think I gave it to to the Hunter x Hunter scene when Logan is literally bleeding out by his neck and Patton literally snaps and then gives Caleb and Cassius trauma.
Yeah.
Uh that's gonna be fun because because Cassius is not afraid of Patton until that moment.
Yep.
So for best fight scenes for all the characters, I think I'm gonna give Logan and Patton to fighting the freaking Ender Dragon, which is funny because that's the first thing they do. But it's really hard to top defeating a dragon. Uh, Genis doesn't. Genis's fight scene hasn't happened yet, but it's the one when he ends up defending the kids.
Yeah.
That would be Janice's best fight scene. Um, the twins don't get to fight very often, and when they do, they end up getting their ass handed to them. So it's kind of hard, especially Roman. Roman doesn't fight very often, and he's the least skilled fighter, and so especially when Roman fights, he gets his ass handed to him.
Yep.
Remus at least knows how to fight, but if Roman is also in danger, that puts a big handicap on him. But I guess the most badass thing Remus did was blow up an entire castle.
Oh my goodness. What? What? Yeah. Okay. Uh.
Did you fix the picture yet?
So you have to go into the source, copy that code, copy the URL from
Uh-huh.
the browser source for yours. Take it out, put it back in, and then it should. There we go. Huzzah!
Pop up?
Wait.
No. I was trying to refresh it. Okay. Uh, all right, fine. It's just the same one.
It should be the same URL.
Are you sure?
Okay, well, here. Try that one. Um, I was gonna talk about someone. Ah, I can't
Nope.
think. Why is it being funky chicken?
Funky chicken.
Funky chicken. That's what it's set to. Try making just a whole new browser source then.
Ah man, I'm gonna have to recenter it if this doesn't work.
I
Actually,
know.
actually here,
You were
I'll
gonna have to do that anyways.
let me try it this way.
No, no, I was calling the OBS was being a funky chicken. Uh,
Nope.
yes, it was Lone. Oh, why is it being so special? Can I just settings reactive? What do you mean no file is chosen? File, boom, file, work, boom, save, save. Okay. Warning: images can rearrange. Yes, yes. Okay, get rid of that one. Try that link then. One agrees that. Stop! I'm being bullied. No, yeah, I'm being bullied.
Fight your own battles.
I don't have. Wait, do I have a?
It still doesn't work.
I don't have one in here. I'll have to make it. As far as epic fight scenes go, I'm still on epic fight scenes. I like my fight scenes. Okay, I'll find a song. Here's how fight scenes go. I find a song, and that song gives me a fight scene in my head, and I'm like, okay, I gotta write this. Does it always work? Why is that not working? I don't know why it's not working. I'm sorry. I tried. No pecking for you. I am a moderator. I have a sword. I can make a pecking command.
Um, I think to just kind of make sure that uh you're not just turning my stream into your stream, I would not like a pecking command.
Okay.
It's not really on brand for me,
Okay.
and this is Nunya's stream, not Space's stream.
Okay. No problem. I will do
You can make
that
a bear
then.
you can make a bear slap.
I'm curious.
Yeah, instead of a bitch slap, it's a bear slap.
Hold on. Wait. Wait. Words. What is the syntax? Command add. Why was that so hard?
Oh, we could.
Is there a bear hug? I thought there was a bear hug already.
I think it's just called hug. Hold on.
Just hug.
Let me see.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in there already.
Yeah.
Command
Okay.
add bear slap. What's the syntax? You sender bear slaps. Work. What is going on here? What did I click? Okay. Bear slaps. That's not what I need there. I need that. Bear slaps user. Boom. All right. It should have just been slap. I can't rename it from here.
All right. So you wanted to talk about fight scenes?
Fight scenes. Boom. We have a bear slap. uh, there's a lot of good fight scenes. The one that's like stuck in my head right now because when I was sick, I couldn't do anything. I was too physically exhausted to do anything except listen to playlists and daydream. And so the scene where they go to the circus and Caleb fights Yidris uh was stuck in my head. I was listening. I had a whole playlist of different songs, and one of the songs came on. It's not the song that he plays. It's a different song, but I just kept imagining that scene over and over. Um
I
the
like
other one,
I like the part in that scene where the twins are tag teaming on Cassius and they're just throwing the axe around.
yeah.
I thought that was really funny.
That was hilarious. I love that. Keep away. Um the other one is when Nemo's fighting basically whenever Nemo has a trident and actually uses it, uh and I roll for it, he always rolls really well on it because you gave him really high dex. So when he's fighting Pacifica or when they go and fight Morpheus, like Nemo just one shots Morpheus, and it's hardly a fight.
You know, now that I
Um,
think about it, I'm pretty sure that the trident is a strength-based weapon. But for the fun of it, it can be Dex for it's a magical trident for Nemo, it can be Dex. But I think in D&D terms, I'm pretty sure the trident is a strength-based weapon. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's strength-based. But oh well. Um another question.
where I'm trying to find answer me D&D. It's a thrown range weapon.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I looked up what the rules are for thrown property. It says that if the weapon is typically a melee weapon,
Mm-hmm.
um, then uh you use your strength unless the weapon is said to be finesse, and then you can pick either or. So like daggers are finesse weapons, which is how you can use a your dex, but a rapier is uh but a trident is not a finesse weapon, and thus you have to use your strength.
Cool. Then Nemo is now horrible at the trident.
I said he could keep using his dex.
What's the most difficult part of your writing process? Time?
Uh, yeah. Um, especially this week, we've had no time to do any writing.
Yep.
Um, besides that, making everything
Excuse me, where's
coherent.
my paper? Yeah, coherency.
There, uh, there are definitely times where, especially in early drafts when we're still figuring everything out, we throw everything at the wall and we tend to try to use everything. Especially draft one of the Family AU when we really first got it started, we literally threw everything at the wall and said, "All right, this is canon now." And then later on in the series, we'll add something new to the canon because we thought it was cool. But then later we would realize, well, now we've caused a plot hole. Like the biggest one for the Family AU was when I decided that Patton was indestructible, but earlier in the series, he knew what pain felt like, and I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Yep.
So part of fixing it in draft 2 was fixing all the plot holes. Um
Uh,
so yeah, I think the hardest part is just making sure we follow the rules that we set. And making everything coherent into something that makes sense.
the part I struggle with is backstory. Like when we started this series, so this series was like I asked the question like, "Hey, because we were watching or you had shown me the Dream SMP, which led to the Origins SMP, and we were currently where we had been working on the Family AU, and I was like, what if everybody, was an origin? And originally I thought it was gonna be like a they go in the imagination, play a game of it like they did the D&D stories. Um, and then you're like, no, let's just make this its own series. So we opened up a characters document, and you're in there writing paragraphs upon paragraphs of backstory, and I'm over here like, I don't know what to do. So this one has memory loss. This one doesn't exist. This one, uh, dragon killed everyone. This one was an orphan. That's good enough. And then the backstory came like midway. I think it was like what, story 10 or something like that. Kale's backstory didn't come until the book where I killed him, or was supposed to kill him. I wanted to know, okay, what's Caleb's motivations and stuff like that. So I sat down and I just did train of thought for like 3 chapters of all of Caleb's backstory. Everything that we should have known before we met him, we're now discovering right before he dies.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. I do really well with characters, so I was just like, cause I also like, uh, you had the double duty of most of your characters that you like to play are already um OCs, original characters. Well, I
Mm-hmm.
was working off the backbone of what the main what the character base was. So like I knew Logan was gonna be this smart character. And I was like, all right, so and like I think I thought it would be really funny to make Patton smart. Um and then like Janice was a selfish little bitch and stuff. And so I had a base of what to work on. But yeah, writing character writing is where I'm the strongest at, and then I struggle with world building. What are areas of writing you feel like you can improve on? I think well, you see in screenwriting we call it slugs. But detail writing, like painting a scene, I need to work on. World building, painting a scene, kind of like describing what's happening. I think are areas I need to work on. Um,
I plot for me. I have feelings. I have emotions that I want to portray, and I do that really well when I'm like doing descriptions. Uh, like when I'm describing a scene, I imagine like a movie camera. So what's the first thing that you notice in that? And then you can slowly like pan around to the different areas or textures or smells or things like that. Um, but I struggle a lot with like I'm struggling with that with the cowboy story that I want to do is like I know what the end of the story is. How do I get there?
I always have a hard time filling out the middle. Like I know how to start a story and I know how to end a story, but then I get stuck on the middle.
I have no idea how to start the story, man. I've restarted the story like 3 times and I'm not happy with any of the drafts of it that I've really done. So
Yeah. So that's what we need to work on. I think I also probably need to work on saying less. I like dialogue so much that I end up just saying everything, and I definitely need to work on my showing, not telling.
yeah,
Especially in screenwriting. In a book, it's more forgiving, but in screenwriting, I need to like definitely work on my showing instead of just telling.
yeah. Where areas of writing you felt like you have improved on? All of it, honestly. Like I'm comparing to the draft one of the family AU, and we've both improved significantly in writing.
Oh yeah,
Um,
definitely. I think one of the things we definitely improved on, rewriting, doing the book version of these, is the he said, she said, he said, he explained, he questioned. God, was that annoying! It's not fun to read. I think
yeah,
one of the advice that I like found like on a video or something was just read what you write aloud and
yeah,
see if it sounds good.
yeah.
And all of those exclamation what was it called, like dialogue tags,
Dialogue, yeah, dialogue tags.
um we had way too much of them. Also repetitive actions like blinking eyes, tilting heads, furrowed brows, walking,
Mm-hmm.
pacing. Like two
I need a thesaurus of actions.
Yeah. Um, it was very easy to just do the same actions over and over again, sometimes in the same scene, like closes his eyes, and then later in the scene, he closes his eyes, and I have to state his eyes are already closed,
Yep.
or his arms are already crossed. You can't do it twice. Yeah, no, I think if I read my first fan fiction to and then compared that to Erase Me, it is night and day,
Yeah.
especially with just formatting. I think one of the things I most improved on is formatting.
Oh yeah. Well,
Uh,
like in the family AU, what we before we started being like, okay, how are books formatted? In the family AU, we had giant paragraphs because we were cutting our paragraphs up based on dialogue instead of characters. So each character should get their own paragraph. That was not happening in the family AU. That's why we had those giant ones. We would have like Nemo would say something, Logan makes an action in response, but it's in the same paragraph.
yeah, and it was also double spaced, and
Yeah,
so it took up so much space in the dock, just all those blank spaces.
yeah,
Um, and like sometimes we'd look, and because of all that spacing, we would look at a line and just think that like this is so short, we have to like group it up with something. And it's like, no,
yeah,
when you look at actual books, there are so many like paragraphs that are just one line or like one or
yep,
two sentences, but
yep,
because it's all squished up together, you don't really notice that a paragraph is that short.
yeah,
But when it's all double spaced like that, it becomes a very apparent. Um, so that's something I also have to keep mindful of when I was writing Erase Me uh and Fog in a Bog, because it's still
mm-hmm,
written in that same double spaced format, because that's just the
yeah,
format for fan fiction.
yeah,
Um so I have to keep reminding myself that it's like it's okay to have a one-line paragraph. It's okay, Nunya. You can leave it.
yeah, yeah.
Um but yeah, so I think the most I've improved on was definitely formatting. Cause like I think you even described yourself as like not a writer. Like out of the two of us, I was the writer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just threw words on a paper and I felt like you made sense of them. Actually, that was funny enough. That was a really big insecurity of mine. Was when we were doing draft 2 of the family AU. I like you were really good at characterizations and the way that story was uh I guess the setting of that story leaned well into characterizations and character interactions, which I absolutely suck at. uh I'm going to rephrase that. I struggled to write it in a way that I like. Um but yeah, it was just really funny. That was a insecurity of mine for a while when we were working on that series, which is why I when you would like have ideas or want to do things, I was like, yeah, okay, I trust your judgment on that.
And it's not to say that you never had like a good idea. A lot of ideas I think came from you,
Yeah.
and then I made it work. So like it had the opposite problem of the
Yeah.
origins, where I had
Yeah.
ideas and was like, this will never work, and then you made it work. And Family you had ideas and then I made them work.
Yep, pretty much.
um
The story in the family AU, which helped boost my confidence in my writing a lot, was that oh what was it that D&D campaign that Nemo does. Um, because I had to actually like pre-plot out, okay, here's how this
Oh
campaign will go. Here's how
yeah.
that story will go. And I drew a lot of inspiration for that campaign from my Star Stable lore. But I cut some things out, translated it to make it work in the family thing. And you were like, "Yeah, that was really fun." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, it was. Uh yeah, and I think yeah, got it. I remember that one. Um Because that was what, the third time we did a D&D campaign in the story?
Think so?
Cause, cause there was
Yeah,
three. Cause
yeah, because Nemo got dared to do it. They're like, "Oh, Nemo can't do a D&D campaign." He was like, "Watch me."
yeah. Um, right, yeah. I'm trying to think who ran the first one. I think was it Patton and Remus that run the first one? I'm trying
Uh,
to remember because I think there was yes, because Patton was the goal. They were trying to rescue Patton from Remus, like in the story, like the D&D story.
yes.
That the goal was to get Patton back, and then in the second one, like in
Was
the like the
Janice.
sequel, Janice, I think no, I don't think Janice played Dean. No, wait, yes, he did. I think it
Janice
was
DM'd because he traumatized Nemo.
right, yeah. Uh,
Nemo and Patton were having issues, and Janice is like, "Just talk to each other. Say what you mean." And so he has villain Patton yell in Nemo's face about all the stuff he's mad at Nemo for.
that's right,
And
yeah,
then Nemo and then quit the game.
because Janice had rewritten Patson's character behind Patson's back,
Mhm.
to make that happen. Like Patton was aware that he was going to be like a twist villain in that arc of that of that game story. But
Mhm.
he did not approve the idea of him like hating Nemo, and so
Yeah.
Patton got really upset.
Yeah.
And then Nemo makes his own D&D thing.
Yep.
I think I
And
also
then
fire
depression comes and
yeah, I think I
kills
also
stuff.
fireballed Patton in the face.
You did. You're like, "I want to fireball him." Like, "Why?" You're like, "Because he's weak to fire." I'm like, "Why?"
Cuz I thought it'd be fun. And it was.
And it what for who?
I don't know. I think Logan found it satisfying. God, I felt bad for Logan in that series because I really messed up with him, especially with Patton.
Yeah.
Patton and Logan in that series had a really complicated relationship. Um, yeah, but I'm not seeing another question yet, so I will say also I have to get off in I would say another hour and a half to go continue helping with the puppies. We're having to give them baths.
That's fair. I was gonna head off soon anyways too.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna I don't know if I'm gonna do music today or if I'm gonna do more Star Stable. I wanna do music, but I'm tired.
Yeah. That's fair. Take care of yourself. Do whatever.
Yep.
I feel like later today I'll probably finish chapter 6.
Yay!
Actually, if I feel like it, maybe I could read what I already have for chapter 6. Give you guys a little sneak peek.
The bird needs to rest and recover. The bird had a rough night, man. I so remember when I were you there in Decadence stream one? When I'm like, yeah, my vision's going out. Anyways, I was in Decadence stream and my right eye's peripheral vision started going out. Yeah, you recall. Okay, you were there. And it freaked me out because I'm like, I've had my vision go, but I've always had a headache with it because it comes with a migraine, right? Um, my vision was going out. There was like Technicolor going on, so I'm like, okay, this is probably a nerve thing. Uh, well, so I told my dad about it. He was a little concerned. I laid on the couch for a bit and he watched me. Um, and eventually we're fine. Uh, but just checked it today. Um, I got a Starbucks coffee concentrate. So you put like one part of the Starbucks, one part water, add your creamer, instant coffee, boom. I got it for $2. I'm like, okay, great deal. Um, well, I checked. I had a suspicion, so I checked the Best Buy date on the bottle. It was Best By June 22nd. and I just got it yesterday, and I drank it yesterday. I don't know if that's what caused it, but it was not fun, and I'm tossing that bottle. I'm not doing that again.
Oh my god. That's
Ye
months old.
I know. So, yeah, that's not happening again. I'd prefer to not, lose my vision and have a migraine and everything else that went wrong with my body yesterday. So,
Uh,
yeah, that's the story behind
Alright, point
that.
two. What is your most dire questions that need to be answered? I'm checking my emails.
Mm.
What's for dinner? Oh, probably leftovers. I'm probably gonna
Okay, I'm
eat.
not cooking tonight. Leftovers are good. I'm like, what is today? Am I supposed to be cooking? I don't know what I'm cooking. And I'm like, nope, mom's cooking tonight. We're fine.
So
I missed the
I'm
mud
probably.
bray. There was a mud bray and I missed it.
Aw, where? What?
In your chat, the Pokemon game.
Oh, up, yep.
I was not paying attention. Give me This is I've been denied. That's fine. Oh
Denied.
goodness. Denied, denied.
One, two, you don't have to wait for us to finish answering the question before you ask the next question because of chat lag and stuff.
Hero.
What else is there to say about the series?
Music.
You just really want to talk about music. Go ahead.
I don't know what to talk about music.
You just want to talk about music.
I want to talk about music, but it's like, okay, I could talk about the music, or we could just listen to the music, but like listening to the music is one of those things that happens at like 3 a.m. at night on the Discord channel rather than on stream. So,
It is a little hard to play the music.
yeah.
Oh
Oh, you missed.
god. All right, pull out the playlist.
Okay.
Pull out the
One,
playlist.
two, one, two. I hope you realize, and I think I've sent you it already. Caleb's playlist is almost 9 hours long. Cassie's is 5 hours long. Nemo's is 3 hours long. The actual combined playlist, at least on my end, Nonya has different songs. The combined playlist so far is 5 hours long. I have 20 different playlists for this series.
My playlist is 3 hours and 38 minutes long.
You only got to 46 songs so far? Like in the which one did I send you? Did I send you the Origins RP playlist? I touch the fire. See, some of these songs that are in here don't work anymore because they're plot lines that got scrapped.
Yeah, I did scrap a few songs from my playlist because I was like, these don't work anymore.
What is this for? Good morning, it's loud. Who is this? Why is this in here?
I think out of my playlist I had recently just counted, for me, Logan has the most songs in my playlist,
Yep.
which I feel like makes sense.
Did you show me Lilith by Hazley?
Lilith, but yes, I'm pretty sure because I gave that
Is
to
that
Cass.
Logan?
I think I gave it to Cassius.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, I,
Cool.
I gave that to Cassius.
What song would music go as well for each character? Original RPG. Okay. Um, I guess the genre, we could do genre. Caleb has a lot of
Oh.
folk.
Oh, you're asking about music genres? Okay, that's different. Janice is jazz. You could Janice his vibe is jazz music. Remus's vibe is rock music. Roman is into pop. Uh I
Roman's like,
imagine Patton is into country music.
what kind of country? Like
Uh
bluegrass or old westerns?
I want to say like early 2000s country, like Toby Keith or something.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like the country music I grew up on.
Yeah.
I I I wouldn't categorize it as bluegrass.
Yeah. No.
Uh I feel like it's very funny. He plays the ukulele but in this series, but like I really like fiddles. Um Logan's a little bit harder. That's mostly because Logan the character does not like music, which I think is funny because his dad absolutely loved music to the point that he made a jukebox. He invented his own jukebox that had a volume sound. Otherwise,
hmm
otherwise Logan doesn't really like music. He finds it's too loud for him. Out of storylines and plots, what was difficult to plan out or lay out? I don't know what else you plan out besides storylines and plots.
Characters,
Characters? I think it does.
items,
I think it does feel like
world building.
Okay, yeah. Out of all the things, what was the most difficult thing? Probably the magic system. We constantly had to expand what the magic system was and make rules for the magic system to just figure out how everything works. Um, and I think I expanded the magic system a little bit too far that it never gets brought up again. Like there's schools of magic that after being brought up in the first stories never really talked about again. Um
It's mentioned briefly when we talk about like the witch schools.
that is true, yes, because each witch school focuses on a different form of magic.
Yeah. Uh, something else. At least this year has been really interesting. At least this summer, just because of time and how many times we rewrote these same three stories within the span of the summer. Uh, because I forget very easily, trying to keep up with what we've rewritten and also have the time to actually finish the story, the time and motivation, I should say, um, to finish the story. Because we'll start, we'll have an idea, we'll run with that idea, we'll realize that idea didn't work. We'll go back, we'll try something else. We'll run with that idea, realize that didn't work, go back, try something else. And so this summer has been interesting and a little rough in trying to uh just get the series finished. Um yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like the things that we did uh had to rewrite was for the greater good,
Yeah, it
cause
definitely was. Yeah.
especially the Roman and Caleb things, I could see that you were really struggling with that, and I was like, all right, then let's just scrap it.
Yeah.
I was like, it was not worth you getting upset over. And so I was like, all right, then we'll just scrap it. Because I was like, I would rather rewrite it and come up with something that was more fun to write than like just drag our feet through this plot point that we weren't enjoying.
Yeah. The other thing that I'm finding a little difficult to plan out is the war. In the first draft, the war was pathetic.
Yeah.
The hunters invaded the haven and then immediately get stopped in like one day. And also Caleb does dumb stuff and whatever. Um Draft 2 was a little bit better. The war got moved to the mainland. We had a little bit more to it. It wasn't stopped in just a day, but there still wasn't it didn't feel like a war necessarily. It felt like a skirmish. Draft 3, I'm wanting the war because honestly enjoy war stories. I like the episodic nature of them. And so my goal in plotting out the what's hopefully going to be the end of the series and the war is making it episodic, having these little conflicts and these little character developments and really showing off how these characters have grown. Like I have a scene, or I don't have a scene yet, but I want to have a scene with Cassius. At the beginning of the series, Cassius would, see somebody about to die and wouldn't do anything about it or would probably laugh about it. In the war at the end of the series, I want him to go save a complete stranger without any prior relationship to them. Because right now, the only people he cares about are people he has relationships with. But it's definitely hard because there's so many moving pieces with that story. There's the government, there's the hunters, there's our main crew, there's the soldiers. There's a lot of moving pieces, and it's difficult to keep track of all of them and make something coherent out of it.
I still want to have the scene where Roman and Caleb like dance.
I do want that scene too. That will be very sweet.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be romantic, obviously, but I just think the
Yeah,
idea of like Roman seeing Caleb stress and just wants to do a nice thing for him during
yeah,
a such stressful time
yeah.
uh,
That would be really
in the
sweet.
in such a Roman way as to like dance his problems away. Um, it's just a matter of trying to get Caleb to actually go with it.
Caleb will. He'll be too exhausted to really fight it. Like, if Roman just takes his hand and starts leading him, Caleb will fall into it. He just has to. I imagine that the scene will happen after a what do you call it? A battle room meeting or whatever, where all the squad captains are in there and they're going over their battle plans and taking a tally of their losses. I think Caleb will be left in the room feeling the weight of it, and Roman can come and help pick him up in that moment.
Yeah, it the war's definitely gonna be interesting. Mostly because you haven't showed me most of what you want to do with the war, so I'm kind of going into this blind.
That's because I don't have much. I've shown you the document that I have, and it's not much.
That's true, but then you also say things like Caleb is going to try to murder everyone. Not even murder. He's trying to kill everyone.
Yeah, that's the right word.
What type of memorial would the characters write about?
Memoir.
Memoir? Oh, memoir. What's a memoir again?
Like a self story,
Oh,
like a short autobiography.
oh, oh, Logan's already doing that. Logan
Caleb's also already doing it.
most of the books in Logan's like personal library is just journals. It's like just diaries. Like Logan writes everything down. So he doesn't have like a short story about his life. He just has like literally his entire life inside books. Which Janice would then eventually take care of and use to help share the story of his family years later. Probably move the books into Patton's temple. Um, I think if Patton wanted to write a book, he would be more interested in writing down like the blueprints of his inventions than his own life story. Janice wouldn't write anything down. No one else gets to know about his personal life. And I think Roman would write in Starling so he could write his secrets, but most people wouldn't know what he was writing. Uh, and I don't, and I think Remus would write his own potion brewing book. Um, because also he would just be like, my personal life isn't for you to know, but here, have some potions. So
Like Logan, Caleb has also uh started right. What? So it's kind of funny because Caleb is very um not secretive, but he's very careful about how he shares information and who has access to that information. On the same token, he wants to preserve history. He's starting to realize how history can be rewritten, and so he wants the truth to be preserved. So he is working on I guess keep he wants to have the truth of what happened recorded. So he definitely has a here's how the Haven was founded. That's one that will probably be publicly known. That will eventually make it to the library. The other ones like stories about Bit, about Mount Divergent. So the main crew, stories about the main crew. Um, and those are probably going to be personal journals that he'll pass on to Achilles, their oldest son, because their oldest son is going to be a very big storyteller and story keeper and historian. um, as far as like Caleb's personal life and the things that he has experienced, I don't know if he's actually going to put into detail more than that one book that Cassie has shared. I don't think he's going to um, really. He doesn't really want that to remain when he is gone. He kind of wants that to disappear.
that's a neat.
Cassius can't write.
This is true. And Nemo already writes his entire life because he needs to remember it every single day.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so yeah, okay. Is also just kind of ahead of the game.
Nemo more Nemo's memory book is more of like short bullet points. They're triggers for his memory. So it can be used. Achilles is gonna use it when he starts putting together his school projects and whatnot. Um for like a here's the chronological thing, but if he wants the details, Achilles is gonna have to go to Caleb and Logan for those.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how they would preserve. Patton, given that at a certain point, once his life is done, he becomes a god. Uh, Fundy has basically made him a temple back at the old village, and so anything related to kind of like Patton and his family would probably be reserved over there and guarded by Janice. Um, which I think is a little sweet that
Yeah.
that's why Janice has that one song about I will tell your story because literally he
Yeah.
will become basically the keeper of his family's history. And I do think it's very sweet that like Patton and Janice just get to be together forever. Um I think June is I think June will probably be able to die and go to the afterlife. I don't think June's going to be like as cursed as Janice is. Do any of the characters have catchphrases? Oh god, kind of no. Not
They have
really.
things that they say a lot. Um Mainly Cassius and Remus, honestly.
Remus used to say, here comes the boom before doing
Yeah,
a star blast.
as close to a catchphrase as any of the characters got.
Um,
Cassius is just always some variation of fight me or cussing somebody out in Piglin. Which, fun fact, Piglin is just Pig Latin with simplified rules. You just take the
uh,
first letter and you switch it to the end and you add A on it, AY.
I think,
So, like,
I think Patton sometimes says, like, uh, sweet honeycomb.
yeah.
Like, sometimes Patton says exclamations of, with, like, honey related words. Uh, oh, Roman says, like, uh, though I can't really say they're catchphrases, but, like, Roman would mostly says like thank Nebula. Like
Yeah.
whenever like you do like a thank God or whatever, uh Roman will typically thank Nebula, given that like that is his god, is his goddess that he follows. Roman surprisingly is extremely religious, and for good reason, given that the goddess is literally his like great grandma, like super great grandma. So he has a reason to be religious.
I
And
find it really funny.
yeah,
Keep going.
and Remus is religious, but he's actually has switched to following the Raven Queen, for obvious reasons. So it's like it doesn't get really mentioned, but when the twins needed a queen because they had turned into bees, uh, Roman had bonded with Nebula and Remus had bonded with Christian. It's just a detail that never got mentioned, but that is what they ended up bonding into. Um,
I
some
find it really funny uh that when the switch happened, so Caleb so instead of God, when they like use anything, basically God gets replaced with Ender, right? But then the switch happens and Caleb gets scared by Ender. And so he just switches to God's plural instead of any one specific one because he was told, "Hey, we can hear when you use our name."
yeah,
And he's like, "I don't want to summon Ender again."
yeah. Yeah, I think that was a tidbit that Patton had said once, where it was just like, yeah, apparently they can hear when you call your names, and the summonings is because is to know when they like really want to talk to us. um, like they you don't really need to like do a whole ceremony just to get their attention. Just saying their name is enough. But when you have like
Yeah.
10 billion people in the world saying your name, you kind of just ignore a lot of it. So they have the
Yeah.
ceremonies or like rituals to be like, oh, this person really needs to see me right now.
Yeah.
Um, and they make it very dramatic.
Which I think it's kind of sweet. I think it was before Caleb finished writing the song for Wilbur, but there is and I also think it did get rewritten because Caleb had the skulk thing. But Caleb did just like hold his necklace and ask, like, "Are you busy?" directing it at Wilbur, and Wilbur did appear to him. I don't know.
I think that did get rewritten because he had the skulk thing that was eating off of Wilbur, and so Wilbur was like, "You need to get rid of that like right now."
Yeah.
Um, but you could probably bring that back at some other point.
I'm curious to see what will happen in Hunters of Champions cuz in the first two drafts Wilbur didn't really care about Caleb. In this draft it seems like Wilbur cares about him more. And so I'm kind of curious what will happen in Hunters of Champions. I did start working on it cuz I'm like murder Caleb brain. Um but when Caleb's magic is getting yanked on, Caleb is now that he's had more magic training, he is actively trying to fight it, and he does call for Wilbur, but it's questionable whether or not Wilbur's actually going to appear or not, and if um like after the fact if Wilbur will come or not. It's just I don't know when or if Wilbur will come in. That's up to you.
Um, it's definitely a little hard. I don't think I would want him to come in that scene because then
Yeah,
because that changes a lot. And the
it does.
idea of so one thing that would definitely happen is that when that is happening, that is going to hurt Wilbur. So Wilbur's
Yep.
going to be in pain, and we don't know who would be around Wilbur by the time that that is happening. If that's like
Yeah.
if Techno's around or if Tommy's around or if like anyone's
Yeah.
around, but it would
Yeah.
definitely alarm someone, at least Wilbur, that like this is happening. But this is also one of the things that like they are aware that happens when they have a champion. By
Yeah.
giving them access to their magic, they do put themselves at risk.
Yeah.
Um and they try really hard to not directly meddle with mortal lives. They don't always succeed, but they try really hard.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they would do anything, but I think if they did call up Techno, like later in the story when they call up Techno, I think Techno will be very much more like, I want to wreck that guy's shit
Yeah.
because he hurt my brother.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm wondering if one of the ideas I had was after he loses Caleb, uh somehow Techno gets wind of it, probably by Wilbur, um and by what is words? If Techno knows that Wilbur lost Caleb, then Chat knows, and Chat will go yell at Cassius about it, which could send them off. Because there's basically that whole thing is gonna have a lot of rewriting. That one and Fungus are gonna have a lot of rewrites. So I don't know. There's a
yeah,
bunch of ideas.
yeah,
Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I need to hydrate.
yeah. So it's definitely interesting because I don't want the because I feel like if the gods themselves went and fought the hunters stand no chance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait. No, it might be a little hard.
Oh.
You said you wanted to murder Wilbur,
Oh.
and at some
Oh.
point in the
Let
story,
me,
e-
please.
Etho gets his hands on the god coins, right? So if Etho used the coin on
Thank you.
Wilbur,
Thank you.
then that's a character I don't mind dying, given that he dies anyway.
Give Caleb more reason to murder.
So it will it will have to depend on when because it doesn't happen until a very long time before Etho gets the coin unless he
Yeah.
manages to steal it earlier on, but then that messes with the um whole hunters
I
going after Logan thing.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. So
This is what our Discord messages looks like, but now in voice.
Okay, I'm fine. I just had a half cup of coffee and now you told me I can murder Wilbur. I'm very happy. Um so the champion hunters have been around for thousands of years. Um they probably have tried to find ways to block the god magic and to block the champion powers. Well, the bird's going to burn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you know it's going to happen. They probably tried to find ways to block the champion magic and or the god magic. Um Fundy puts it together for them, but if I remember right, I think you were also going to have Logan attempt to at some point uh copy that enchantment to protect his kids from things as well.
Um
Basically,
so
oh, go
what
ahead.
how that was going to go was that Logan was going to experiment with the coin to try to figure out how he could replicate the weather enchantment so he could put the weather
Mhm.
enchantment on other things like weapons and armor to help protect the others, not exactly his kids, but just the others in general from weather magic.
Yeah.
But we ended up scrapping that idea because it upset Virgil too much at the time. Um,
Yeah.
so that ended up getting scrapped, and we never Fundy fucks off, and so they never really get a chance to bond and do that.
Yeah.
Um, and I think even then, I think we said that Caleb would need not Caleb, Logan would need the help of a witch to be able to finalize it anyway,
Yep.
which
Yep.
I guess Etho is. So are you trying to think of like
So what I'm thinking is that the champion hunters have been around for thousands of years. They were the first witches. The first witches were champion hunters. They are well versed in magic. Etho literally tattoos mending onto himself. It could be possible that they have something that blocks or disrupts god magic. I don't know if it'll work exactly the same as the god coins, but it could be less of a block, more of a scramble, so it throws their powers out of whack in a similar fashion to twisting their magic. Um, that's the fuzzy idea of a way that he could have that. The problem is if the champion hunters have that kind of technology and if the gods are already aware that their champions the champion hunters have that stuff, why would they not just smite the champion hunters?
Yeah, I don't think they would. I don't think they would have that. Just because of that fact, I don't think any god would let that type of power go because that would be
Yeah.
way too dangerous to controlling the balance of literally the universe.
Yeah.
Um, and like what Fundy did for the others is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Um, and Ender doesn't know about it because if Ender knew about it, Ender would be like, "I need you to give me all of those coins right now."
Yeah.
Um, so I think they would need the coin to be able to do anything like that.
So I just got to get Etho a coin.
Which I mean,
And then we just
he does get.
he
bec-
gets it really late though.
He gets it really late though. I guess we could move that scene up, but also
It can happen while Caleb's cap. It depends on when we want to bring Wilbur in. So the things that have to happen is Etho has to have the coin. Uh, Wilbur has to come in at a point when Etho is around. Um, and also, it depends on how we want the final battle to go. Because the final battle, uh, the thing I liked about the final battle was Caleb and Logan's team up where Logan is borrowing off of Caleb's powers to attack Etho. Um, and Caleb and Logan have already started bonding better. So I think this go around it might go smoother for them when they attempt that. I
I
don't
don't
know.
I don't know because the last time, technically the last time they like interacted with each other, it was what did he do? Oh, the last time they interacted with each other magically was when Caleb burned him. And I mean, I guess they also went in
They
and like fixed the burn, but I don't know how much Logan trusts Caleb to mess with his magic.
Yeah, that's true. But
I
at least like their bond has.
It's not on
Why can I
fire
not
anymore.
think?
Their bond's no
Why
longer on fire. So
does the oh gosh, does the skull come after the switch?
yes.
Okay. So Caleb and Logan have had that scene then.
Yeah.
So their
Wait.
bond is
Wait, no.
Caleb goes to Logan. We both have to go look at the timeline.
Sorry. Were you saying okay, so it went the switch and then the skulk.
Okay, yes. In the Skulk fic, I gave Caleb like 3 back-to-back comfort scenes because I
Oh,
needed
that's right.
comfort.
Yeah. Yeah, they have that talk where they have an understanding about corruptive magic.
Yes.
Okay.
Their
Then
bond is not like completely because in the first 2 drafts or in the first draft, second draft, whatever draft it was, when they tried to do it, Logan was struggling with the withering stuff. Caleb was trying to help him, but was not being very successful, and they had a rift in their relationship pretty much the whole series. Um, this draft they have less of a rift,
and a
but
little bit
yeah,
of an understanding.
yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, it will have because here's the thing. Um they went after Logan specifically because they knew that Logan had the coin. But this time around they go after Patton and I had to decide on if Patton was carrying his coin on him. Typically Patton doesn't need to carry his coin. He's not too concerned about the gods.
mm-hmm.
Um So I don't think Patton is like an active coin holder. Not to say that he doesn't have it on him, but it's just in his inventory.
You know
Unlike
what I can do?
Logan, who wears it like 24/7.
You know
Uh,
who also wears a 24/7?
Virgil.
Who's also in the city? Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's just that Virgil isn't a champion of anything, so he's not. So it would probably take a minute for them to like connect Virgil with the group.
It would, but if they have Etho, Etho is the one who can see, hey, the magic. Well, he's not a champion.
He's not a champion. He could see that like he has like something on him that's repelling god magic, but he wouldn't see like any champion magic because he's no champion.
Hmm.
The only other thing I could think about is like Patton's in the city when they run into him, so we could have it that like Patton and Virgil are hanging out, and then the two of
Yeah.
them would be together.
And Virgil's immediately sus of everything.
Yeah. I mean, Patton's first response to seeing them is just to keep walking. So like they have to
Mm-hmm.
actively stop him to talk to him. Um, but yeah. So I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out. Um, but yeah. But before we can get to that, we have to finish the Skulk, and then we have to finish Bayo, and then we have to finish the Fungus.
I want to murder.
I know, but
I crave
but
violence.
every time we skip a story to go to another story, we end up having to fix that story later. Like every time we jump stories, we always have to end up fixing that story later anyway.
Where's the Skulk? Oh, Curiosity killed the stars. Okay, Skulk, then Circus, then Fungus, then Champions.
Yes.
We are on Skulk,
Yes.
and the end of Circus is literally just me sitting down, writing Bit, taking Bayo away. That's all we have to do in Circus, if I'm remembering correctly. Which I'm probably not, honestly.
Kind of, basically.
Cool. On to the Fungus.
And then the Fungus needs a lot of rework, and we'll be at that for like 2 months.
uh,
But it'll be fun!
Will it? Because everybody dies.
That's your favorite part!
We've been killing them for months.
No,
I want fluff.
we've been murdering them for months. There's a
This is
difference.
true. There's a difference. Roll for survival. You got a 13. Congratulations.
I'll roll for
All right.
survival. 16. I'm surviving.
I'm gonna die. Watch me get a 2. Hey!
We're all surviving!
Let's go. See, even the bird got tired of murdering.
Do you
See,
want Do you want to have a fluff story before Fungus?
See, Bayo was supposed to be the fluff story.
And then Cassius tried to murder him.
He did not try to murder him. He tried to have fun with him. He did not. Cassius is that big dog that doesn't understand, like, when his version of play is not play to Bayo. His version of play is like life and death to Bayo and to most other people. Remus is really the only one that it's kind of like play to him. Caleb understands it, but he does not like it. Poor Cassius has to play alone.
Yeah.
Also, I don't have enough plot for a whole new story of
Yeah,
fluff.
that's the hard thing about trying to draw the whole point of fluff is that nothing happens. And you can't write an entire story of fluff because nothing happens in it.
I gotta look at the
There's
timeline.
no conflict. That's why fluff stories are always like 50 words 50 or 500 words long. It's because it's just a scene.
All right, Phantasmic Show, please work. We do have a giant break between Phantasmic Show and Twisting Fungus. Phantasmic Show, the circus one happens in March. The Twisting Fungus happens in August. So March, April, May, June, July, August. So 4 solid months. Okay.
Roba gets to be a sad little boy for 4 months.
And then he gets to almost die.
Well, no, he doesn't die in the fungus. He doesn't get infected because I need Remus.
Yeah.
And then we almost murder him in Hunters.
You know what we can do at the beginning of Twisting Fungus? We can do a beach chapter. A beach episode chapter.
Where we
It is
drown
summer.
Logan.
No! You see what I have to deal with?
You want to see what I have to deal with? I want to break Nemo's wings. That's what I have to deal with.
I broke them once.
Okay, family AU though, you were always trying to break his wings.
Okay, that's different. That was metaphorical.
That was not metaphorical.
It was metaphorical. I was dealing with things.
Alright. So, I have an hour left before I need to stop. Do you guys want a sneak peek in chapter 6?
I want the full thing. I want the full thing and I want them to kiss.
I haven't finished the full thing yet.
I need the thing. I need. One story time.
Chrome is being very slow.
Fun. I'll be right back.
I am working on it. I just wanna see if I can make sure it's big enough for you to be able to read, even though I read it anyway. And then I need to get down to chapter 5, not chapter 5, chapter 6. Oh, too far. Okay. Boop. And now we wait for space to get back. But thank you for all the questions one too. I hope that answered a lot of what you had. I'm sorry that this is not a series that you can hold in your hands, but the copyright gods are not with us. And you accept this fate. Fact. Close enough. Yeah, this chapter's almost done. I just need to kind of connect the beginning of it to the what I had left. Yeah. It's it's so hard to write this one character. I'm like, I don't know what to do with this guy. I'm gonna put some spaces between that. That helps me. I wonder. So there's like one kind of like chunk left of chapter 6. I have the beginning of chapter 6 and I have the end of chapter 6, and I just need to connect those two pieces together. And I haven't figured out how to do it yet. But
That's a mood.
that's basically what you're waiting for. So, and I see that space is back. So that means
I come back to I have the beginning, I have the end. I don't know how to connect it. I'm like, yep.
yeah. So,
Where's my wings?
are you ready for me to read chapter 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're ready. Let's go.
All right.
Oh.
As the week goes on, things have been taking a new rhythm. Logan has been working with Virgil, Janice has been rebuilding his relationship with Roman, and Patton is spending a lot more time with Remus. Since revealing himself to Remus, his ability to hide his frog form has lowered more. A whole illusion takes a lot of energy and drains him. So, to combat this, Patton has been wrapping his frog skin in what that is covered by his clothes to keep his clothes dry, then focusing his illusions on parts of his body that are harder to hide. That being his face and hands. It is draining, but it's a lot better. For now. Logan tried asking Patton about his frog scene from the episode. Patton played it off as an improv transformation for the video. And a few frog puns later, he annoyed Logan into leaving him and the topic alone. Patton still hasn't been able to talk to Roman much. Frankly, Patton's been avoiding the others the best he can. The least he's around them, the less energy he has put into hiding. Janice still gives Patton the stink eye. Patton isn't sure what he did to piss him off, but he would rather not ask. Patton is in the living room watching TV when he hears someone clear their throat. He turns around to see Roman. Patton quickly pauses the show to give Roman his full attention. Hey, kiddo, what can I do for you? I'm ready to talk about what happened between us. Patton blinks. Oh. Oh. This is great. Yeah, of course. Take a seat. He pats the seat next to him on the couch. Roman sits down and takes a minute to collect his thoughts. I'm mad at you. Patton's smile falls. Oh, my whole life, I've leaned I've leaned on you to guide me, to guide Thomas, and the wedding was a wrong choice. Leah Mary Lee would have understand why we didn't go to their wedding, and we could have had a movie role right now. Wrong type of role. But instead, we got nothing. Patton swears this wedding is going to be the death of him. I might have made the wrong choice there, but can we just put this behind us? There will be other roles, other chances. No, Patton, you need to understand how upset I am. Oh, no, I understand, kiddo. I don't think you do. I do. I'm sorry this didn't turn out the way you thought it would go, but Patton struggles to find his words. Remus appears and scoops Patton into his arms, startling the two sides. This is mine now. Then, before either one of them can act, Remus disappears with Patton. Patton blinks at the new scene in front of him. Dark stone walls greet him. Candles haphazardly spread around the room, giving off a green light. Weapons and torture devices lay about. The scene would have given Patton fear a couple of weeks ago, but now he is a lot more used to this type of scene. So instead, Patton is just upset. Patton drops his illusion as Remus puts him down. Remus, I was in the middle of something. That was the first time Romans actively talked to me in 2 weeks. Remus waves his hand. You can talk to the limp dick some other time. You promised that we could play whenever I want. Patton sighs as he drops his shoulder in defeat. He does feel a lot better not having his illusion up. Okay, what do you want to... What are we... What are we doing? Remus grins. I'm glad you asked. And that is as far as I gotten at the beginning. Then I wrote the rest of this chapter. Do you guys want to see the rest of the chapter? Well, I guess you guys don't want to see the rest of the chapter. Boop. You guys are just writing. Part of me wants to see, but also spoilers. Oh, you're conflicted. Did you leave the I agree with space on this one. So you guys don't want to see how it ends? You want to wait? Yes, we'll wait until tonight or whenever. All right. So that's as far as I gotten. The biggest problem is just figuring out what Remus would want to do with Patton. Uh, it's just like I don't know what these two would do together, to be honest. So, there's that. But then eventually we'll get into the part that I actually finish up the part that I wrote. And that's when the angst comes in. So you get a little bit of fluff, and then you get a little bit of angst, and then the chapter ends. And then I have another scene that's like half written of something that I want to do. Um, but I haven't figured out when it shows up in the story, so it's in a category called chapter question mark. So I don't know if that'll be chapter 7 or some other chapter. I haven't figured that out yet. But yeah, that's as far as I've gotten. And sadly, they do not kiss. There is no kissing. I don't know, maybe I can get a Patton Remus kiss? I'm not too sure. Suffer. Do it for the bit? What bit?
The bit.
Oh god! I wasn't prepared for you to come back. I got jump scared.
I'm clipping that.
I don't know if it's gonna be as loud from the streamer side. Oh my gosh, that was so fun. You were just like, what bit? The bit. For a minute, I thought you were just gonna throw bits at me.
I'm broke. I would though.
Don't become more broke because of me. Oh, that does remind me of the one thing I thought about adding to the throne. Um, so like, I have all those pins, right? And they were just chilling on my purse, but I got tired of them falling off my purse and then losing them. Because they're not cheap. And so I wanted to get one of those bags that have the clear thing, so you can people put their pins in there to show them off, but they don't have to worry about losing them. I don't remember what it's called, like an itchy bag or something. I thought about that.
I honestly, I don't know what that is.
Uh, I was kind of like a I don't I don't know what it's called. Let me try just pin bag. I don't think that's gonna work either.
Do you have your throne set up or not yet? I'm gonna look down at I
Oh,
can't see your panels.
oh, what do I have my what set up?
Your throne.
Oh, kind of. There's nothing in it.
There's no link.
Oh,
I
I don't.
can't find it.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't do that. Uh, but these bags. Something like this, where it has like this clear thing so you can see the pins.
What did you clip one? Did you clip the jump scare? Oh, you did. We both clipped it.
Yeah, it's like one of these bags.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I thought about asking for like one of those.
Those are cool.
Yeah, because I have all these pins that I want to show off, but I don't have. I want to be able to do it safely, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm also trying to look for like a bag that I would actually use. So, yeah. Man, I kind of want to show you the end of that chapter because I want your live reaction, but you asked to wait.
You will get my live reaction in the Discord. You know this.
Yeah.
If this morning is anything to go off of.
I literally woke up that morning and said, I'm gonna write gay. Because that scene, that chapter originally ended with after Roman saying, let's do some improv acting, right?
Mm.
And like as like them sinking out was the end of that chapter. And then I woke up and I thought about it, I was like, nah, I should probably like really show um like I should probably like really show them like interacting with each other. And so that's when I started writing that scene. I didn't know where to go with it. And then I was like, what if they dance together? And then and so they started dancing, right? In a made up play scene. Um and I was like, well, now it's gay. And I was like, space would like this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I request a pin when you are about to start. When Nunya's going to start reading or when the story finishes. Oh, do you want to be like added with like get an at message when I post the chapter? I'm not too sure what you're asking for.
Okay.
Oh, you just want to be added at? Alright, I'll at you when the chapter's done.
Bonk. Clippy clippy. Oh, what time is
Let's...
it? It's 1:30. Okay, I can do short thing. That'll be fine.
But also, no. There's this song by this guy. Logan Never Drowns. Fireball. The Bit. Well, now it's gay. My guys.
What do you mean, guys? Oh shoot! I clipped like 6 thick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. I can't. I can't control it, man. But sorry.
No.
Tormenting Wilbur.
No.
Oh goodness. But also.
it's so funny because you're just whispering in my ear. Torturing Wilbur. No. Just
Wait.
that's
Which one is that?
it's
Is it the no?
it's the no one, and it's just you
But also
whispering in my
no.
you whispering in my freaking ear. Uh, God.
I that needs to show up in one of the shoutouts.
Which one?
The but also no.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that doesn't
That'd be great.
explain our dynamic, nothing does.
Yep. Even though the roles get reversed, it's the same two roles. What?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
And woe be to our characters when we're both the murderous bird whispering in nobody's ear.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I think the
Oh
hard
goodness.
part in chapter 5 was make it was trying to keep Genesis sass but not insulting Roman with it.
Yeah.
I was like, God, that is so hard. Um and then just ending it with like, God, I'm gay.
That was great. I love that.
You were like immediately like Janice and Logan, Janice and Logan. I'm like, well, what about now?
Rosie, Rosie.
I wasn't expecting there to be ships in this fic, but you know, it happens. As- okay, the Patton and Remus one is still confusing me. I was like, I
Now
was,
you know the struggle of Caleb and Cassius.
it was like, this can't possibly work.
Boom. It worked.
It it kind of works. They have a long way to go. And a poor part of my brain was just like, how wrong can this go? Right? With like, how bad is it for Patton to spend so much time with Remus? And I can't decide if that is a path I want to go down. Um, because
I don't know if it will be as bad. Like, it might get him to loosen up. You could certainly take it where it's like, oh yeah, everything's okay now. But I don't think with how. So, with how Thomas was raised and how Patton was brought up, he has a lot of history. I don't know what I'm trying to say. He has a lot more history in his current moral set than he does with Remus. So I don't think he's gonna do a 180 and flip around and say, "Oh yeah, everything's okay now." Uh, but I could definitely see him like loosening up a bit, or at least not freaking out at every suggestion that Remus makes. He's just like, "Oh yeah, Remus is being Remus. Let's move on," kind of deal, which
yeah,
might be healthier for everyone in the long run.
yeah, it's just a matter of me wanting to like go to the extreme where it's like, oh, Patton has been in Remus's domain so much that Remus's domain's like energy is corrupting Patton.
Yeah.
Like not necessarily just him hanging out with Remus himself, but him hanging out with Remus in Remus's domain and like that energy corrupting Patton. Because we saw, like canonically, what happens when a side stays in one section of Thomas's mind for too long. Um, it really like messes with them, which we saw when they went all into Virgil's domain, and we saw that that anxiety energy was like affecting how they performed their job and made them all extremely anxious. So I imagine
Yeah.
Patton being in that section of Remus's mind would not be good for his sense of morality.
Yeah.
Um, but besides that, like him hanging out with Remus himself wouldn't do any damage besides like loosening him up. But the location that he would be spending most of his time with Remus would probably be what the negative effect would be.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So it's just a matter of how far I want to go with that and how far I want that to go before someone points it out. It also doesn't help that Patton spends most of his energy keeping an illusion up. Um,
Yeah.
and so he doesn't have a lot in the tank in the first place. And then he starts getting intrusive thoughts
Yeah.
or thinking that like doing something is okay or something. I don't know. That's I'll have to see where it goes and stuff. I haven't really and I think it's very funny that like there's no scene of like Logan talking to Virgil mostly because they're not the focus of this story. And so I don't feel like writing it. Um but yeah. I also am trying to figure out so far what keeps Patton from telling the others about his secret is main is mainly the twins. It's the twins' fault
Yeah.
because well, for one thing, Patton is calling himself a monster, and Remus's response to that is like, "Hell yeah, you are! It's the coolest fucking thing ever." Like, he's not debunking or trying to get Patton to see himself in a better light.
Mhm.
He just thinks it's really cool. And then angst happens in chapter 6 that also doesn't help Patton wanting to reveal himself. So,
Well done, twins. Well done.
yeah, the twins do not do anything, and Janice is so pissed off at Patton that he does literally nothing.
Yep.
The best thing Janice does for Patton is not spill his secret.
Yep.
um,
Janice is petty.
yeah, and I guess you also get to see in chapter 6 why Janice is still giving Patton the stink eye. Uh, that also kind of gets explained in chapter 6, but it's not explicitly told why. You just, after that, seeing that interaction, you go, oh, that's why he's upset.
That makes sense.
Whoa! Thanks for the bits, 1, 2.
No.
Cheer 33.
Why is this being special?
Was that for any particular reason, or were you
Are you
just...
trying to bribe?
Is this a bribe?
Bribery?
Is this a bribe? Is there something you want to happen?
Bribery. Bribery. Where's my crow? My crow ain't here. Where's my crow? Where's my freaking crow? That ain't the crow I want.
I'm not hearing a demand, so I guess he was just being nice.
Yeah, work.
There you go. Have a hug. Alright.
It is almost 1:45, so I'm probably gonna hop off and do a small little stream today.
No, that's probably fine. I'm probably gonna hop off as well and eat some food before I have to go watch puppies.
Food is good. Also send picture of puppies.
I did send pictures of puppies.
More pictures.
Oh, okay. Alright. And I'll try to see if I can finish this story for tonight. We'll see what happens.
Yay! Okay. I'm trying to find my browser. There's my browser. Yay! I should get my stream up. Oh, that's what I'm working on. I don't know what my brain is today. Ah! Oh. Oh.
Ah! Let's see if I have anyone we can raid.
You can raid me in 2 minutes? I forgot to fix my raid message. Prisms raided me yesterday, and my raid message absolutely broke. It didn't even play, and it's probably because I have like 10 raid messages on it.
Yeah, maybe lower the amount of raid messages you have.
Or the raid sounds. I don't know which one. I'm just gonna go with Pigstep. We'll go with Pigstep. Because it's up there. Cool. We got Pigstep for the raid message. Let's go. Alright. Wait. Test. Test. Where are you? Oh, it's loud. Ah, where is it? It's so freaking loud. You get to go down there now.
Everything is
All
so
right.
laggy.
I'm gonna hop out of this channel. Bye.
Bye. That's space for us, everyone. Gotta love them. Well, I guess I just have this now. I don't know how long this little thing's gonna last, but I have this now. Return the bird feeder. But yeah, that was our little Q&A anniversary for our writing. I don't think I would be as passionate in writing as I am today without meeting space. So, I do owe space a lot of credit for the motivation that it took for me to continue writing. Because before then, uh I was like I wasn't as interested in writing. Okay. We definitely have to speed this up because mother is calling me. So, I'm trying to get everything to Oh, let me get out of that voice. Can I get out of here? Everything is breaking. Ah, Discord. Okay, got out of that. Um, let's see. Raid channels. All right. We're going to raid space before space even really gets started. And I'll probably not stay too long because I need to go see what mother needs. So, thank you everyone for showing up, and I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. I'm sure we'll be talking about the story a lot more in future streams and such. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. Bye!